Alright, gang, we're in the final book of Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. Book 3, Chapter 15. Book title, The Eye of the Storm. For the thrilling conclusion, will Philip regain his faith? Will the Hamleys prevail? Will Jack and Aliena ever reunite? We will find out in the final book.
The White Ship. She was one of the fastest vessels that was ever built. The man who should be king of the English now, the son of King Henry, was on board when she sailed off. And with the prince there were 140 knights and many nobles, all on their way from Normandy to England. They say the ship hit the rocks, and then a fire broke out. Even before the White Ship had departed, the prince and his men had begun to drink and get violent. Monks that were meant to bless the voyage were then forced to disembark. Some say the ship had been cursed. The king's son and many of his family were pulled down into the Black Sea that night.
$11:42. Aliena?
You're forgetting one important detail. Not only these monks, but also Stephen of Blois, the king's nephew, left the ship before it embarked. They say he got ill.
That old rumor.
The same Stephen who calls himself the King of the English now.
What? That cannot be a coincidence.
Yes, it can be. Of course he's king now. He survived. He is the king's nephew.
What do you think, my lord?
I think Stephen is a clever man. Clever enough to have his whole family perish. But why he would want to rule that godforsaken rock, I will never understand.
What makes you say that? I love my country.
Then why are you leaving?
Well, because I want to see something new.
I'll tell you what you're going to see. A proper country, where people know how to behave.
What about you? Why are you leaving?
Just looking for Jack.
I'm looking for someone.
For who? I guess I should stay out of other people's business. Forgive me.
You English do talk a lot, don't you?
All you do
I
is
just
talk,
don't know how to
talk.
feel about leaving my country for the first time. I mean, how should anyone feel?
Hopeful?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just running away.
There's a kind of a civil war going on to some degree. There's still a lot of
Get
tension.
some rest. It will not be long now till we reach Cherbourg.
Thank the Lord. I can't wait to be back.
Bug? Sounds very German. Book 3. Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. Gonna miss that intro. 3, The Eye of the Storm. Chapter 15, The Journey. Cherbourg, Normandy.
In the late summer of 1142, I had left my home country, England, for good. My old life lay in shambles, as did my former home of Kingsbridge.
So France.
Having failed both my friends and family, I had set out to find my baby's father, the man I still loved with all my heart, Jack Jackson. And so early one morning in July, I finally arrived on the shores of Normandy. With nothing on me but a pouch of coin and a young, curious face yet unnamed, who was just as unfamiliar to this new world as was I.
It's more like the old world. If it was the new world, they'd be going to the Americas. When I talk about wild. I don't know if that... I can't remember when... This might be pre-discovery of America, though. I'm not sure. Don't know my historical dating that well. 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, right? So this is probably before the discovery of America still. The White Ship was one of the fastest of its time. It was steered by the son of the captain of the Mora, the ship that brought William the Conqueror from Normandy to England when he invaded England in 1066. Like his father before him, the captain of the White Ship gladly offered his vessel to many members of the royal household of King Henry for passage on their travel from Normandy to England to visit the king. But like all of the poor souls who went aboard the ship, the captain did not survive the voyage. In the dark of night, the ship hit the rocks and fire broke out. The ship was dragged down to the dark abyss of the sea, and with it, many of the king's heirs. Stephen of Blois was meant to be on board as well, but it is said he had sudden sickness that caused him to leave the ship before it set sail. That November night, as the White Ship sank, Stephen became the last remaining male heir to the English throne, and thus some claim he was responsible for the sinking. Well, he meant Stephen, and I wouldn't put it beyond him. Pretty ambitious. But he doesn't... I don't know. This guy...
You're still here.
Oh, it's you. I'm just trying to get my feet used to good solid ground again. The last bit of our voyage wasn't exactly my pint of ale.
It's a stonemason.
That hammer you're carrying, do you happen to be a mason?
Actually, I am. You have a keen eye, mistress.
I guess I just know a mason when I see one.
To be honest, I haven't been one long. Just finished my apprenticeship in Salisbury. Before that, I used to shear sheep with my parents, but I guess that wasn't really for me. Father still hates me for leaving, though.
What will you do to find work here as a mason?
Don't know. That's for me to find out. All I heard was that the wages are better over here.
So you'll just travel from town to town and look for employment?
Right. And I'll start in Lassay. A fellow mason told me about the abbey there. He said these Normans build their churches quite differently than we do back home. I need to see that with my own eyes. Maybe learn a thing or two.
Maybe Jack went to see the Abbey in Lassay, so we have a possibility here.
Do many masons go to Lassay?
I dunno. It's really just a tiny town. The mason who told me just happened to do some repairs there once. It's likely he told others as well.
I'm looking for someone.
I'm looking for someone. A red-haired mason called Jack Jackson. He came to France about a year ago or so.
A fellow mason? Great. Unfortunately, I wouldn't know a thing. After all, I just arrived here with you.
I know, but should you meet someone like that on your journey, tell him Aliena of Shiring is looking for him.
All right. Jack Jackson. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you. Have a safe journey.
I don't want to burden him.
Thank you. You too.
Real quick. Let's make sure. There we go. It's a little better. Here we go. Ooh, not Jack.
Good day. I am looking for someone. A traveller who came through here last summer. Oh, hush now. I need to talk to this man.
That's not my baby.
Looks young.
He was born at the beginning of summer.
What's his name?
I haven't given him one yet.
You should. He needs to know who he is. Makes growing up a lot easier. You said you're looking for someone.
I'm looking for the boy's father.
And from the look of your baby, I reckon his father has red hair like me, right? Well, I don't know every redhead around these parts. There are quite a few of us. Most of my family here in Cherbourg is ginger.
Oh, his name is Jack Jackson, and he is a mason.
No. No, sorry. I haven't seen him. And I come here every day.
She just goes to every red-haired person and asks them.
She helps the sailors get their cargo to the nearby towns. Carries travelers, too.
I'll ask her. Well, thank you.
Hey, you. That's quite a bundle you got there. Where are you headed?
Do you know the road to Lessay?
Been there, seen it. But I hope you're not planning to go there on foot. Tell you what, you give me some coins and I'll treat you to me wagon. You can even change your destination once we're on the road, would you say?
Have you seen a red-haired mason? He must have landed here sometime late last summer.
Another ginger in Normandy? I wouldn't have noticed, even if he was carrying a hammer instead of a fishing rod. Maybe you should ask someone in Barfleur. That's where all the travellers come through, the pilgrims and kings. Their lot rarely lands in Cherbourg, with the fortress passing back and forth between Stephen of Blois and Geoffrey of Anjou. Why we even came to Cherbourg in the first place baffles me.
It was the earliest ship I could get.
You must be in some hurry, madam.
Let's just say I needed to get away before I changed my mind.
Fine with me. Who am I to judge?
Maybe someone in Blafur. Interesting.
What other routes are there besides going through Barfleur?
Oh, I don't know, really. You need to ask the locals about that. But Barfleur sounds like a good place to start. Shake my hand and I'll take you there. Travelling by coach is a lot less strenuous than walking. Your little worm deserves some warmth and a rocking carriage.
She's trying to make some coin. But yeah, she's right. It would be a little bit easier. Just kind of curious if there's more to explore. Doesn't look like. Or maybe. Oh, I think we can just look from a distance, probably. Oh, sounds like there's some wartime stuff going on over there, so get out of here.
Changed your mind, madam? You know, I reserved a cozy spot just for you.
Oh, you spoil me. Okay, let's go.
All right. Take me out of town.
All right. Where do you need to be?
Let's go to Barfleur or Lessay. Let's go to Barfleur first.
We went to Barfleur, a scenic port town built on granite. It was the biggest harbour in Normandy and the main entry point for the Normans to their new possession of the Isle of England. I talked to some of the sailors and fishermen, but no one had remembered seeing Jack. How could they? Almost a year had passed since he'd a simple mason, had journeyed through the busy town, a town with no memory other than that of the last king who passed through on yet another one of his violent conquests. Maybe I was approaching this the wrong way. What had drawn him to France in the first place? The distance to Kingsbridge? Or something specific? What was my lead?
Lesay would be the next closest.
Lesay was tiny, but as it turned out, worth the trip. In the small abbey church of the Trinity, I met a monk who claimed to have talked to a man fitting Jack's description. He'd been fascinated by the abbey's rib vaulting and had asked the monks countless questions about the place's construction. The monk apologized that he couldn't tell me where Jack had traveled next, but I didn't mind.
Just gonna ask for a red-haired man that sculpts. It's gotta be a little more specific than just red hair.
I lay down to sleep on the floor of the Abbey guest house and, for the first time in almost a year, I felt relief. As I drifted into sleep, I hugged our baby tight and whispered into his tiny pink ear, "We're going to find your daddy."
No. So the Harfleur option's out then? Okay, because we got new information. Le Mont Saint
My
Michael.
father had once told me tales of the Mont Saint-Michel. Long ago, the Archangel Michael had urged Hubert of Avranches to build an abbey on a lonely rock on the ocean by burning a hole into his head. They say one can go and see his penetrated skull on display in the church of his hometown.
Crazy. I think I've seen pictures of this, maybe.
It was a windy day when I arrived, and the place was crowded with pilgrims and jongleurs. I remembered Jack's fascination with these tellers of stories. I spoke to one who was just taking a break. As it happened, he had indeed met Jack, although not in Mont Saint-Michel, but on a road heading east from there. Apparently, Jack had been hopelessly tracking jongleurs who might have known his father, Jack Cherbourg. But as he'd been gradually running out of money, he'd intended to look for work in Le Mans or Tours. That was about 6 months ago. I was catching up. Going to Le Mans reminded me of all the trouble I'd left behind in England. 30 years ago, Le Mans had been conquered by the Plantagenet Geoffrey of Anjou, Maud's husband. And although they'd held it ever since, other noble families kept on pulling at the city, like Maud and Stephen tearing at England. There was no sign of Jack, but I got news of a new kind of cathedral being built in Saint-Denis, just north of Paris.
Politics.
It was possible that Jack had gone there to learn from the craftsmen. That was, if he hadn't travelled further south, looking for work in one of the many churches in Tours, the hometown of Saint-Martin.
Let's go the closest nearby. After 2 months on the road, tours central France. Jack, are you here? Mother Mary? Yeah, try being mother to the Son of God. That'd be
Good day.
pretty
You're
hard.
the master builder.
What is it?
I'm looking for a mason who may have passed through here. An Englishman with carroty hair. He calls himself Jack Jackson.
Redhead?
Yes. Did you see him? He might have asked for work here.
No, I'm not looking for new masons. We're just doing repairs.
Ah, but was he here?
No, never seen him. Now, stand back, woman. Something could fall on your baby's head.
Are there other construction sites around Tours?
Well, yes, it's a big town.
And where would an outsider most likely find a job?
Dunno. Ask around.
You hesitated when I mentioned a redhead. Are you sure you haven't seen him?
Yes, I am sure.
Maybe he wants to be in hiding.
I was told he wanted to come here.
Maybe he changed his mind.
Are you sure you haven't seen him?
I am. All right, he was here. Was working for me. But I had to throw him out after 2 or 3 days.
Why?
Because he was all want. Let me redesign the roof, let me make the nave lighter. All pretty ideas, but he never shut up long enough to do the work he was supposed to do.
Sounds like Jack.
Shit, that man was almost as needy as my son when he was still a brat.
He does know a lot about his craft.
Well, I know masons like him. They grow up gifted, but without a mote of discipline in their guts. Can't work with someone like that.
Do you know where he went next?
No idea. Maybe to Limoges or Angoulême. Maybe even to La Rochelle. Seemed to have plans for every cathedral on God's green earth, but none for himself.
I understand. I'll leave you to it then.
Bon voyage.
Ooh. I feel like
We had just left Tours when I suddenly felt dizzy. I stopped and made rest, trying to catch my breath, then lost my breakfast in a ditch at the side of the road. To my horror, our baby too had grown pale, his breath shallow like that of an old man. I tried not to panic.
I guess we lost our
It was
cart.
a long distance away, and we couldn't stay on the road where it was wet and cold.
Take care of your baby. Okay, let's head back to Tours.
Back in Tours, the fever got worse. I remember people carrying me into a room, laying me on a bed. I tried to feed my baby, but after that, everything turned into a blur. When I awoke, Jack was standing next to my bed. He scolded me for following him. "You know you could go anywhere you want," he whispered. "Why be stupid and follow me?" I tried to answer, but he just opened the window and jumped out, heading toward ancient Greece, or maybe all the way to Arabia. And in my feverish mind, I followed him.
Crazy. So she's gonna... Go, that's a trip. Unless it's in her dreams, maybe.
The further I went, the angrier I got. For years, I'd been fighting for my family. I'd committed myself to an oath to my father. I'd built up a business to sustain it and even married a man I despised so I could create a future for the people around me.
Oh, it's in her dreams, I guess.
I'd known nothing but my duty
That's the map.
to
That's looking a little
amend
grim.
my life, while the man I was trying to find lived a life of casual irresponsibility. He traveled the world on a whim to learn about mathematics and philosophy, while I had to raise the child he'd fathered.
Well, you did kind of sleep with him, so there's that. And you could have done things you both could have done things a little better, I think.
When could I ever do anything just for myself? I asked the world as I went on.
Started your sheep business. Oh, back to Kingsbridge. Look at all the sea monsters.
Travelled in a circle all the way to the edge of the world and back, only to return to the place of our failure. With my eyes closed, I listened to the sound of ripping yarn and crumbling walls, and of coaches carrying good people away into a cloud of crimson dust. When the last moat had settled, I opened my eyes again and found myself in a dirty little room. An old maid was sitting next to my bed and smiled at me, then handed me my baby. Oh, dear God, he still looked so pale.
Go get him some medicine. We traveled to the closest town we could. Keep him... He just look cold. Do we feed him or keep him warm? I don't know anything about babies. Well, if he has a fever, I don't know. No. This better not be a deciding factor.
The more I tried to keep him warm, the colder he felt.
Well, then feed him.
God, let him live. Don't punish him for my own sin.
Yeah, it's not his fault. Like...
I gently caressed his head until finally he put his mouth to my breast and drank more and more, becoming greedier with every swallow. We had both been spared. We rested one more day. Then I gathered my things and headed back to the cathedral to thank the Lord for his mercy.
Hopefully heading back to the nearest town was the right decision, because it felt like it was an immediate problem. Maybe we shouldn't do too much crazy traveling.
I thank you, dear Lord.
All right, steady
I
now.
thank you for having spared my child. I thank you for...
Don't let go until it's done.
But why are you showing mercy on me? I failed everyone I cared about. I failed Jack. I failed my brother. And if I never return, I would also break the oath I had given Father. It's just that I feel like I've never had a life of my own. I've always fought for others. And this may be the very first time that I fight for something that I only want for myself. Maybe I should just go back and help rebuild Kingsbridge. Maybe Jack doesn't even care for me anymore. Amen.
Maybe just praying to Jesus and Mary's belly or something. At least she's not praying to Mary, because Mary's just a human. Hey! I recognize that.
I've seen one of those before.
It's amazing, isn't it? The man who did that really had it in him.
I knew him once,
I agree. He always did.
and that was enough.
You knew Master Jacques.
It was very potent.
Yes, but it's been a while since I last saw him.
It's a shame that the Master let him go. In just 1 month, he did so many things.
He is talented, it feels like.
What did he do?
He came up with ideas for how to make the construction easier. But the Master didn't want to hear it. To tell you the truth, everyone thinks that he feared for his own job having someone like that around. The last thing Jack did was carve that corbel. It was the one thing the Master let him do. Then when he was done, he was asked to leave.
It bears so much pain.
I know. Jacques worked very hard on it. He was impatient and had a temper, but you could see that he tried to overcome it. Conquering that rock was very important to him.
Classic redhead stereotype.
I understand
Angry
that
temper.
so well. Do you happen to know where he went next?
He wanted to walk the pilgrim trail to Santiago de Compostela.
The Camino? The Way of St. James?
He said he might find someone there who knew his father.
Just one more thing. How was he when he left?
Never thought about that. Relieved, I guess. He seemed ready for something new.
Thank you so much for your help.
Think nothing of it. And good luck on your travels. May you find what you are looking for.
Well, hopefully you get a cart or figure out a way to...
Isn't it odd? Just when you stop looking, you come across the most curious of things. Like these 3 devices that one of my merchants brought back from Baghdad.
Oh no. Is it another one of your Banu Musa toys, Rashid?
They're not toys, Adriel. They're objects of scholarly ingenuity and reflection.
I will let my valued friend from the north do the honors.
It's like you did go to Arabia.
Jack, if you may.
Maybe circa Ottoman Empire. I can't remember what the dates of the Ottoman Empire are, but...
Let me draw your attention to the magnificent songbird on the table. On second thought, why don't you save the lady for last? Otherwise, the other 2 devices might appear bland and boring in comparison.
I agree.
And then, to that wondrous donkey next to the entrance. Although, the most astounding thing of all stands right between them.
That statuette?
Ha ha, precisely. But, one thing at a time, let us let Jack decide what to demonstrate first.
What's the... No, I burned down the cathedral. I don't know if they'll be very forgiving if you burn down a mosque. Not be very good on it. Good for you. Let's put the candle here.
Now, we...
Some steam-powered devices.
It's so beautiful it will make you cry. Just listen.
The Banu Musa brothers were 3 scholars of Persian descent who lived in Baghdad in the 9th century. They are known for the Book of Ingenious Devices, a large illustrated collection of mechanical appliances and automata. These automata were largely designed for entertainment, but featured innovative engineering. The brothers also wrote books on astronomy, astrology, and geometry, the last of which had a great influence on both Islamic and European mathematicians.
But how marvelous!
How does it work?
Maybe it's a miracle.
Right.
Go on, Jack. Tell them.
This possessed by evil spirit.
Hidden wheel inside the box. It turns an axle that in return raises and drops a sequence of small cylinders inside. These cylinders work like fingers playing a flute.
But who is blowing into the flute?
Steam.
Steam?
Yes. When I opened the pipe, it gradually pushed itself into the tube.
The power of steam. For once, I must agree, this is brilliant.
Of course! It was created by a Muslim after all.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What else have you got, Rashid?
Anyone care for some tea?
Thank you, my daughter. We will have some as soon as Jack has finished our presentation.
Mind if I watch?
Of course not.
So, who is this man, Rashid?
Jack is a friend of the house. A brilliant man, a scholar and a talented artist.
I could watch this man scoop up water.
Just the other day, he explained Euclid to me.
What is that?
A Greek who wrote a book called The Elements of Geometry. Now, watch the head. Just any moment now. There. Did you see?
It threw up.
Rashid, this is disgusting.
Oh, far from it. Would you kindly explain how it works, Jack?
You see that bowl floating on top of the water? At the bottom of that bowl is a small hole. Through it, the bowl is slowly filled with liquid. Once it's full, it sinks, pulling a string which makes the ball drop onto a weight. This, in return, pulls the bowl up again, emptying it in the process.
Thus resetting the entire mechanism.
If you timed it perfectly, you could make it drop a ball at every hour.
Turning it into a clock. How clever.
For me, it's still nothing more than a puking donkey.
Show us more, Rashid.
One could join those two and build a singing donkey clock. One song after every hour.
For every hour? Well, she's pretty, so we'll humor her.
That would be pretty clever.
I know, right? You could be the one to build it.
Oh, that would be unfair. It's your invention.
I would let you have it. Or we design it together.
You still haven't shown us that statuette yet.
Of course. Jack, if you may. The Egyptians translated it into Arabic, and now the Englishmen are turning it into Latin. Oh, you will love this. Just watch.
How very peculiar.
Take it out of the sunlight. Interesting.
And now?
Just be patient, but don't look away. It takes some time for her to...
To do what?
Is it crying?
Isn't that amazing?
No, it's irritating. Rashid, what is going on?
Condensation? It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
Rashid, please.
We all know that there is no such thing as a man-made miracle.
And this piece of wood is very clearly made by man.
I very much agree, my friends. But so far, none of us has an explanation.
All we know for certain is that her glassy eyes shed tears when you move her from warmth into cold.
Like a plant at sunrise. Like dew. The only difference is the surface, that's all.
I think you may be onto something.
Am I? Of course, I had no intention of disturbing your conversation. But if you can find out why there's dew gathering on a plant, you may understand why that woman is so weepy. So, who wants a cup of tea?
I'll have some.
Your daughter is quite something, Rashid. A scholar in her own right.
I know. I'd rather she wasn't. It would make marrying her off so much easier.
Oh, I'm certain that won't stay a problem for long.
Maybe the dew originates from invisible water in the air. Water that stays hidden when it's hot.
The Camino de something.
The pilgrim trails across France converged at Osterbat in the foothills of the Pyrenees. There, the group of 20 or so pilgrims who had been travelling alongside me since I'd left Tours swelled to about 70. Some were prosperous citizens, some probably on the run from justice. A few drunks, and several monks and clergymen.
You have the Canterbury Tales.
Several languages were spoken, including Flemish, a German tongue, and a southern French language called Oc. Nevertheless, there was no lack of communication among them, and as we crossed the Pyrenees, they sang, played games, told stories, and in several cases had love affairs.
Sounds like the Canterbury Tales.
While my baby and I kept mostly to ourselves.
We are drinking coffee, which is very Middle East.
Mit ihrem Kind.
Not to the earlier scene.
Hush now.
Oh my gosh. I do not want children.
Richtig dreist. Kann ein Mann nicht einfach mal seine Ruhe haben? Der Weg aus Babenberg war doch anstrengend genug.
Sounds very German.
Ein Kind hat ja auch gar nichts verloren. Stimmt doch, oder?
Psst, jetzt ist's aber gut.
I'm sorry. He has to cry himself out before he'll fall asleep. It will give you a strong voice one day, won't it? Do you have children?
Yeah, let's go for a walk. I don't think our conversation will be very fruitful if we don't speak the language. We might learn something, but I don't know if anything will retain.
Tomorrow.
Ooh.
Dear Lord, what are you doing? You should get out of the water. It's freezing.
My ring. I lost my ring. Dear Lord, please show mercy.
Well, I'd want to say I could trust the old woman with our baby, one would hope. So if I give her the baby to hold on to, I can look for the ring. Although we just got over a fever. Feels like not terribly long ago.
Come back to me. Please, come back.
She's not listening.
Where? The Moors, this is that the book that we were reading? That got us pregnant? Not that we can blame the book, but...
Where are you? Where did you go?
Ooh, I see a little shining light. Careful. That's something a little more precious than toad than a ring. Okay, here we go.
I found it.
Yes! Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You are a very kind woman. So very, very kind.
I'm glad I could help.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Get out of the water before you freeze to death, and it's all in vain. Okay.
Are you getting warmer?
I am, thank you.
I can see this ring is very precious to you.
It was a gift from my stepmother.
Aw.
She thought I would stay forever, but I didn't.
Tell me about your stepmother.
She was such a kind woman. So very, very kind.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I thought I didn't belong. She always said I was her daughter, but I was sure she was lying. I was so selfish and so stupid. Too stupid to see I really was happy.
Maybe you really weren't happy.
I don't know. I was very young and thought I was unhappy because I didn't live close to the sea. But in the end, the sea did not feel the same about me. The cold there made me sick. It took away my sight.
It was courageous of you to leave. You did what your heart told you to.
I was stupid. So stupid.
Ah, that's why you went on the pilgrimage.
Yes, so that St. James might see my devotion, and I will be united with my mother in heaven. I'm just not as kind as you. Not kind at all.
You're too hard on yourself.
I don't know.
I, too, am trying to make amends with the one man I loved the most. I was told he went straight to Santiago.
You will know soon.
Not soon enough. It's still 4 weeks till I get there.
He'll be there, I'm sure of it.
I hope so. I just feel that with every day that passes, I'm losing him a bit more. And that the only thing I can allow myself still to hope for is not love, but forgiveness.
I understand.
Hey, hush now. Not long now and our journey will be over,
Camino de Santiago. El Camino de Santiago, also known as the Way of St. James, is a Christian pilgrimage route to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela, where the remains of Jesus' apostle St. James the Greater were presumably put to rest. The pilgrimage to Santiago, besides Jerusalem and Rome, is one of the most important pilgrimages in Christianity. It is believed to be one of the only ways to free a pilgrim of their sins. By the 12th century, it has become a well-organized undertaking. Even a book was written as a travel guide for pilgrims, the Codex Calixtinus, supporting the pilgrims in completing their travels. The scallop shell is used to guide the pilgrims on their way and serves as a symbol of St. James and the Camino, because at the end of their travel, the pilgrims will almost have reached the ocean. But we know that Jack is not in Spain, but she doesn't know that. Fuck the
The
Camino.
woman's name was Alba. She came from a small town somewhere in Catalonia. I quickly got used to her constantly feeling out for her stepmother's ring and the sad guilt that would always follow in her milky eyes. I wasn't sure if she appreciated my company, but I couldn't leave her on her own either. By the time we reached Los Arcos, she'd stopped talking, while I kept on dropping a kind word here and there to let her know I was still by her side.
To Burgos we go.
Alba believed herself to be of weak mind and body, and yet she walked the Camino with a strong sense of purpose that willed her onward. It made me wonder about what I'd told her about my own journey. Did I hope for love, or was I really traveling because I needed him to forgive me? But what was there to forgive? My decision to marry Alfred had been in the best interest of the people of Shiring. It was a sacrifice I had to make to stop the evil reign of William Hamley. These questions had haunted me for a long time now. But if I really was going to see Jack soon, it was time to make up my mind.
Let's go to Lyon.
Around Lyon, the path began to
Lyon.
gradually turn uphill. It was only 2 more weeks till we'd reached Santiago. The baby was in a good mood, and so, surprisingly, was Alba. After Astorga, the trail got more difficult. Alba became slower and slower, and we had to rest more. She became quiet again. The strain on her old body grew, and she worried that she might not be able to reach the end. Still, we managed to push onward. The next morning, she refused to get up. Her breathing was disturbingly shallow, and she hardly noticed me touching her forehead. Everything hurts, she said, and urged me to continue without her.
No, we must.
Of course, I
must get better.
I brought her food and water and sat by her side. But day after day, her condition grew worse. She kept on urging me to go, to find Jack, saying the monks of Ponferrado would take care of her.
No, we must stay.
I'd hardly known her, and most of the time she'd tried to push me away, as if she considered herself a nuisance that slowed me down and who didn't deserve company.
We'll comfort her in her last hours.
Until a few moments before she died that, for the first time, she smiled at me, and I like to believe that she saw me smile back.
Well, if she prays, she might not make it to the saints, but if she prays to Jesus Christ, that she might, I think she'll be all right.
I still like to believe that here, in this unlikely place, dying next to a near stranger, she'd found a moment of serenity and happiness, but she'd not reached Santiago. When I left, that thought still haunted me. To see that a journey could come to an end so suddenly. But what would be different if she had reached Santiago? Could she have been disappointed by what she found?
We'll finish the journey for her. See the ocean. The deep blue seas. After 1 month of traveling on the way
of hard travel, the child and I finally reached Santiago de Compostela. In the evening, we attended Mass in the great cathedral.
Well, we're going the opposite way of Arabia if we want to find Jack.
It was almost dawn when finally
Unless we catch a
pointed
ship.
me to an inn close by. Buenos dias. Do you understand me?
Buenos dias.
Sinto ben, pero non temos camas disponibles.
No, I don't need a room. I was told a friend of mine stayed here some time ago. A red-haired Englishman called Jack. Do you remember him?
Eu só che falo en galego, miña rula.
Francais? English?
Hey! I'll get a jar real quick. Ooh, I don't know if that well is very trustworthy.
Oh, que cousiña! Eche rubio.
Sí, redhead. Can you give us some food? Comida?
Se queres xantar, terás que pagar. Síntocho, pero non es a única muller cun fillo que ven por aquí pedindo comida.
Have you seen his father, Padre del Niño? Jack Builder?
Ven sendo un peregrino?
What?
É un peregrino?
Oh, no. He's not a pilgrim.
Entón, quen ven sendo?
He's a mason.
Ai, mal rayo, me partas entendo o que me estás a contar.
Is there someone inside who might be able to translate for us?
Nena, que te merque quen te entenda.
A translator? A guest?
Agora mesmo estanche todos a dormir. Case che diría que volvas mañá pola mañá.
Let me show you something. He's a mason. He builds things like that.
Ah, eche masón. Albanel.
Sí, a mason. It's the same word in Galician.
Por aquí pasan unha morea de masóns. Non me poderías dicir algo máis sobre el?
Well, he's a mason and he has red hair. He's also very knowledgeable. But how do I tell you that? The man I'm looking for loves to read.
Anda, isto eche do masón.
Sí, it's his.
Oín falar dun masón que dis que se dedica a traducir libros en Toledo.
Polo visto, di que se chama Jack.
Yes, Jack. Have you seen him?
Non sei cal será o seu apelido, pero ben é certo que non chai moitos masóns rubios aos que lles guste ler. Se tan desesperada está, por que non vai a Toledo a comprobalo por si mesma?
Entón, marchou para Toledo.
He went to Toledo?
A Toledo marchou, sí.
Di que o teu Jack podería estar en Toledo.
All right, so I will go to Toledo then. Gracias. I just pray that I understood you correctly.
Gracias is like gracias. Spanish is gracias and Mexican is gracias. Leon. Is it Leon? Yeah. This makes me want to learn languages, but I know, like, I'm almost 40 years old, and my ability to retain a language if I learned it would be, I don't know. Might be possible, but like pretty hard. Toledo. We know Jack is not in Spain, but...
Buenos dias. Parlez-vous français? English?
Unless he was being visited by people from Arabia, possibly.
I'm told a man named Jack Builder lives in the
Yeah,
place.
that might be the case.
Who told you this?
A group of scholars living at the edge of town. They said he used to translate old scriptures about mathematics before he moved here.
Please wait here. I will talk with Master Rashid.
Okay, so they're Muslims in Spain, I guess. It's quite the chapter. Wonder if we'll run into his new girlfriend. Ooh, it's a wizard. Yeah, okay, so he was in Spain. Alright, my bad. Let's go inside. Ooh, a slingshot.
Ah, it's his.
After all these years. Where's the statue of Mother Mary? Hey, uh-oh. It's gonna be awkward. What if he's married already?
Oh, there you are. May I ask who let you stroll around our house?
I was asked to wait here.
Yes, my servant told me already. My father's not here at the moment, so you'll have to make do with me.
Hopefully she understands the importance of
Disappoint you. There's no one called
Jack being
living in
responsible
this
for
house.
his child. Hopefully she understands that.
Please, let me talk to him.
Maybe you should.
I'm sorry, but this is not easy for any of us. I think you should know that Jack and I are promised to each other. Maybe we
Well,
should
I'm holding his child, so that should take
to
priority.
hear us. Jack told me about you. You are Aliena. You're the one.
I never get that name right. Aliena.
His stepbrother.
Aisha. Aisha and Aliena.
Him back.
My son.
I need my son to meet his father.
His father? The
Responsibilities.
little one is Jack's son.
He is.
Duh.
He always said that he had come here to find out about his family. But instead, he found out about everything else. About philosophy, mathematics. When he and my father met, it was love at first sight. They studied together and made great plans. But in the end, Jack would always start talking about his cathedral again. His great church he would build one day. Rib vaults and pointed windows. He'd ramble on about it for hours and stare up at that ceiling. We three sat here for hours and talked. And then in the evenings, it would be just the two of us. So many strange ideas about the future. Some barely more than silly dreams. Others almost in arm's reach.
Well, where is he now?
Well, he's not here anymore.
Oh, you said he was betrothed
My
to you.
father had offered him work as a master builder here in Toledo. He would have been well off and free to spend his evenings under vaults like this, with me as his wife. But in the end, he refused.
So you lied?
Tell me, did you really marry his stepbrother?
It was the hardest decision I ever made. But it also felt like a sacrifice I had to make to fulfill a promise I made to my father.
Why did he make them
was all for
promise
nothing.
in such intense
I thought I had no choice.
manner?
I didn't want to hurt him. Believe me.
I do. You know, he left me because of you. Even after all you did to him, he couldn't let go. You can be glad that you ran into me and not my mother. She was enraged when he left.
He can have that effect on people.
But apart from that, we made our peace with him. Father even gave him one of his favorite pieces of his collection as a parting gift. A small wooden statue with stone eyes in exchange for his slingshot.
Would you mind telling me where he went?
He went to Paris.
It kind of looks a little bit like the statue at the moment.
Saint-Denis. He said he never found out about his father, so there was no reason to stay down here anymore.
Paris?
Yes. If you find him there, tell him I don't miss him.
Thank you, and all the best to your family.
Thank you. What is the child's name, by the way?
Well, he has none yet. I wouldn't name him without Jack.
Isn't that a bit silly?
Maybe. But he's his son as well as mine. It's his right to have a say in it too.
Then off to Paris. That baby needs a name.
He will get one. Thank you.
Chapter. All the corners of the four winds. Dang.
I travelled back along the way of St. James, passing through Astorga, Lyon, and Burgos. I crossed the Pyrenees, revisiting Bordeaux, Angoulême, Poitiers, but never stayed longer than one night. The closer I came to Paris, the stronger my old doubts and fears resurfaced. If Jack really was there, what was I to say to him? I'd pull him very, very close, wishing for all the wounds to heal as quickly as they could.
Paris. Paris. Pretty humble back then. Wonder how accurate the visuals are, I don't know. Basilica of St. Denis. Guy has Yeah, it reminds me of my hair. I wish I had my hair back. No, I like my haircut. My haircut's cool. It's kind of got my hair going on. What? Jack? Is it really you? Can we talk to you? Are we cursed to just walk past you? We know he's here. How do we talk to him?
No, they'll only tell me they always do.
It's almost lost in our memory. Wait, can we...
I can't just leave. Even if he doesn't, he deserves to...
We know he's here. Okay. Weird. What are we supposed to do? Won't let us click on him.
There. Are we awake then? You almost missed this.
It's right there.
Look at these colourful windows. Look at the light.
Ali.
We came to see you, Jack.
Is he...
He is your son.
I don't know why Alfred asked to marry her, because I remember now he saw them do the deed, so he could have kind of figured it out.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Ali, where do we go from here?
Wherever we go, I want to go with you.
Oh, so romantic.
Will you marry me? Both of you.
1,000 times yes.
We will.
I can't do this. So romantic.
We stayed in Paris as husband and wife. And our son, Tom.
And you could have avoided a lot of grief if you did it earlier, but...
quickly. Jack had learned much working as a builder in Saint-Denis. Days became months. Then after a year, we both grew restless. Where can we go from here? We asked ourselves again. We both confessed that we wanted to see our families, our friends. And then we knew where we wanted to go. Home. Even if it was in shambles.
Cherbourg Harbor. Still chapter 1.
We need to hurry. The ship to England will leave soon.
What's going on here?
Whatever it is, if the crowd doesn't clear up, we'll miss our ship.
Gotta figure out how to clear out this crowd. Got something. You have to perform a miracle? Oh, let's talk to the priest.
Do you know what's going on?
Oh, chaos. I can't get these people to calm down. God knows I tried.
What happened?
The jongleur told the crowd a few stories. Then he sold people some miracle charms, but it was just fairy tales and painted stones.
It always is.
I know, but I'd need a real miracle to calm them down now. Otherwise, they'll rip him apart.
Behold the Holy Virgin.
If it takes a miracle to make these fools stop, then give them one.
You're right. I have to make her weep. It's the only way.
Behold.
See? It's working.
Your friend Rashid must be quite the miracle worker.
The Virgin Mary, she weeps. Look at this.
Look! What's going on? The Holy Mother. She's crying.
Look at her, you sinners.
Holy Mother, for she has blessed us with a sign from the heavens. Cease your doings right now and witness the miracle.
It's true! Lord in heaven. Why is she crying?
Because of you. So we need to take the ship.
She weeps for she is lost. She seeks her true home, and we have traveled the world to find it. She weeps for she will miss her ship if you continue to block the path.
It is the Mother of God.
Forgive us, Holy Mother. Where did she come from?
She just got done talking to Jesus, and she told Jesus to tell me to tell you. But you're blocking our ship.
For hundreds of years, she languished in the land of the Saracens. Dormant, she has been waiting for the one to bring her home.
Listen to what he has to say. The Holy Virgin has chosen this young family to protect her. Tell us all where you are headed.
England.
Her destination is beyond these waters. In the small town of Kingsbridge, in the earldom of Shiring. There she wants to rest.
Kingsbridge? Where's that?
Hail Mary!
Make way for the Holy Virgin!
Hallelujah!
Make Robert well!
Huh?
Blessed Mary, let my daughter conceive.
Give us a good harvest!
They're donating to ask for her blessing.
Oh. The weeping Madonna shall hear your prayer. And with your
That's a little
donations,
low. That's a little low.
I shall build her a new shrine at Kingsbridge, a cathedral.
It's you!
Jack's mother?
Who do you mean?
You! The red-haired ghost!
Me? A ghost?
My husband is very much alive. I've known him since he was 12 years old.
But he drowned. By God, you drowned. 24 years ago.
He was on the ship.
The white ship.
He is heir to the throne.
Poor son. My Jacques.
His name was Jacques.
Jacques Cherbourg.
Jacques Cherbourg.
Voila. Man, that was quite a chapter. But a lot of revelations going on. I felt hopeful on the ship from England to Normandy. I followed the coachwoman's advice and ran into a dead end in Barfleur. You and my baby fell seriously ill, but we both managed to survive. You helped another pilgrim along the way to St. James. You snuck into Rashid's sacred archive. You stole Jack's slingshot from Rashid. You found Jack in Paris. You decided to go back to Kingsbridge. You saved the jongleur from a lynch mob. You met Jack's grandmother and finally learned the fate of his father. Whew, that's quite a chapter. It's a good chapter. Very long. Chapter 16. Home. Home is where the heart is. Kingsbridge.
So much has grown, but there are no roots, no herbs.
Jonathan has become a young man.
What are you looking at, Jonathan?
Just slightly taller.
One is in disorder. I want it to be right again, but I don't know how to do it.
Guessing they didn't get any more work done on the cathedral.
Before I became prior, I thought the same about Kingsbridge.
Well, what did you do?
I cleaned up.
Where do we start?
Some plants are weeds and must go before we can plant new seeds.
What are weeds?
They take away what the other plants need to grow.
Monks, I feel like this game does monks a disservice. I feel like monks are really good at gardening and herbology.
They look a lot like every other plant, so you need to learn how to tell them apart. Here, you see those? They're called wood sorrel. Let's pluck only those for now.
I'll do it.
Jonathan should know this stuff by now.
Make sure to pull out all of the thin roots.
And now what do I do?
Plants also need plenty of water.
But we haven't planted anything yet. We just get mud.
When that loose in the soil, to put water on it, I'm not a gardener. Guess it makes sense, but the loose in the soil.
For plants to take root, the soil must be loose and fertile.
Well, it can't be that dry because there's a bunch of stuff growing.
Done. What's next?
Stay here. I'll be right back. Now, where did you put them? Ah, here they are.
The beech nuts I gave to Millis a long time ago.
I found these nuts for you. You always said that one day there will be a beech tree growing here. I think it's about time.
Oh, Millis. And it's not our Malvis, it's the Cuthbert. Oh, Cuthbert.
Do you remember Milius?
Milius.
A kind man with a warm smile. Well, he told me to give you this.
Some beech nuts, kid.
Whoa!
Whoa! So exciting!
Now we just have to wait.
All right.
Might have to wait a while. I need some water here.
How long?
Years.
Too long for us to keep sitting here.
That along.
Jonathan looks a little too old to be the stone.
And only with patience will you receive.
But if he's anything like his father...
Why do we have to do all these things if all we had to do is wait?
Simply waiting would not have been enough, Jonathan. You just paved the way for things to take their course. They are happening right now. And in a few days' time, we will return and see the first green leaf of something new.
Oh. Is it God's reward?
Maybe.
Does he make things grow?
You made it.
No, I just planted the seed.
Let's water it.
Now you can fetch some water from the rain barrel.
But that water's smelly. It's been there forever. There are many trees by the river. I bet that water's better.
That's a longer walk, though.
I don't mind. The distance is worth it.
Maybe you're right. It is worth it. Let's walk together, then.
But I'll carry the bucket.
Kingsbridge, later that day.
Why isn't Remigius holding the sermon? What's gotten into Philip?
Yeah... The cathedral's looking a little rough.
Church lies in ruins. But all of this, these dire times, have revealed something important to us. Something that, maybe until today, I wasn't aware of.
What do you mean?
You've been praying in these ruins. But you've been praying like you always did, in humbleness. We don't need a church for prayer.
Where else are we going to pray? The chapter house?
The church is where God resides.
God doesn't work in the ways we might assume.
The church is a gathering of people.
Jonathan tended to our garden to make it beautiful again.
The temples are our bodies.
And he told me of things
this crazy monk called Martin Luther told me. Now you guys just gotta hear me out.
And evil are not in here or out there. They are within each of us.
I'm not going to say that man is God. That's pretty blasphemous. But the Spirit resides in us, in Christians.
God made us in his image. Thus, we carry the godly spark within us.
We're saved by Jesus Christ.
That man can have the devil in his heart as well. Prayer needs no special place. For we are his church. In our actions, he exists.
We are God's temple.
No man is closer to God than any other man. Whether you pray in church or on the streets of our towns, whether you're a man, woman, monk, or bishop,
Philip! Look outside! You have to see them. You've got to see the horses and the colours.
Jonathan.
I think a gathering of together Christians is important, but it doesn't matter whether it's, in the, where it takes place. What's going on?
Now, what's going on?
I heard noises and I went to look.
Calm down. What happened?
But the priest said they brought a miracle.
Who? What? What priest?
Step right up, brothers and sisters. For you are about to see something that will change your life.
Who is that?
They brought us a miracle.
A miracle?
Don't be shy. There is no danger, just awe that awaits you here. Ah, you must be Prior Philip. I am Brother Reynold. I have been sent by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Here is his letter, in case you have reasonable doubts.
Let's see this letter. Letter dated January 20th, 1141. Philip of Kingsbridge, I hereby implore you to accept the grace of the Weeping Madonna, for she has chosen Kingbridge for a shrine. After the rumors of a miracle had come to my ears, I had called for the procession to see me. Then I saw it with my own eyes. She is real. I have claimed the miracle for England, and I had intended to retain her in Winchester. The guardians of the Madonna have convinced me otherwise. They have come to England only to support the rebuilding of Kingsbridge. You have my blessings, Philip of Kingsbridge. I expect you to restore your priory to be worthy of the Holy Madonna. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury.
We've been charged to accompany the Weeping Madonna. She is to replace the loss of your relic, Saint Adolphus the Martyr, who was taken from you, I hear, with brute force.
What?
On her travel from far away Africa, she has collected donations to reward Kingsbridge for your faith in her and in the Lord.
I can't believe this. What is all this?
You do believe. That is why she came. And that is why you shall witness her miracle for yourself today.
Behold, she weeps.
The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land
What
named
country did this come
What
from?
country did you say you came from?
We have traveled all the way from a place of wonders too marvelous to behold.
Spain?
The faraway land of Africa.
Africa has many countries, I've heard.
Yes, it does. I knew not her powers or destination. Nevertheless, I carried her for many miles.
What's it like in Africa?
The sun is always shining, and miracles happen every day.
It's a paradise.
It's a land of great deserts, fig trees, and creatures that an Englishman can't even dream up.
Like these horses. Are they?
Egypt and Mesopotamia, the Tigris and the Euphrates.
To you, they might resemble horses, but the name the Africans have for these creatures is impossible to pronounce, even for me.
They're giraffes.
Many bore witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home, but where? It came to me in a dream. It was Kingsbridge. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter? This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. She said, "You shall build me a new church in Kingsbridge." So we set off, with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury. And along the road, from Paris, across Normandy, over the sea, and all the way to Kingsbridge. Devout Christians have given money for the building of the Church of the Weeping Madonna. This Church of Kingsbridge. The Weeping Madonna has chosen you. All of you! I will tell you again, dear brothers and sisters. The Weeping Madonna has chosen you! All of you! You must wonder, why was Kingsbridge chosen to be the home of the Holy Virgin? She said, "You shall build me a new church in Kingsbridge." So we set off, with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury. You heard me correctly. It was a long journey. The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian, and I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
It's a little long-winded.
A Saracen?
I could have continued to carry her from town to town until my flesh succumbed. But this was not her will. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter? This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. I could have continued to carry her from town to town until my flesh succumbed. But this was not her will. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter? This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. You heard me correctly. It was a long journey. The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian.
Okay.
And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
Finish up.
What you told me about Africa sounds very different from what we know here.
Just like the miracle you're about to witness. And I will tell you again. She is a true miracle that will change your life as she changed mine.
Behold.
Many bore witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home, but where?
Like E.T.
It came to me in a dream. It was Kingsbridge. You heard me correctly. It was a long journey. The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian. And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
Baptized? A Saracen?
Okay. We're gonna stop here.
Sure.
Thank you guys very much for choosing to watch my channel, and we've completed the first chapter
her powers or destiny
in the third book of the Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth, and we are on the second chapter.
I will
We'll see you again soon.
Dear brothers and sisters.
And we're back.
You heard me correctly. It was a long journey. The Weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A baptized Saracen was her former guardian. And I and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
Baptized? A Saracen? A Saracen?
There's something afoot.
Must wonder.
These camos look a lot like horses.
She said. So we set off, with the blessing of
That's not
Archbishop
fit for a
Theobald
shrine.
of Canterbury.
Strange.
I will tell you again, dear brothers and sisters. The Weeping Madonna has chosen you, all of you. I will tell you again, dear brothers
Tell
and
me the
sisters.
truth. Why are you here?
We are guardians of the Holy Virgin that sheds tears. We were appointed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, but it was the Holy Virgin herself who chose us while she travelled through Europe.
Oh, yes. How did that happen?
She speaks without words.
The Weeping Madonna has chosen you, all of you.
They look almost like...
I could have continued to carry her from town to town.
Feels like a wicker
until
basket
my
covered in
flesh
pelt.
Succumbed. But this was not her will. But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter?
My dear people!
Oh, I'm so excited to see a true miracle.
Did you hear that? The Madonna has chosen us.
She's come all the way from Africa.
Real camels.
This time, it was the Madonna herself
Please,
who answered
everyone.
my questions.
Shh! We want to listen to his story.
Now, brothers and sisters, I have heard.
Remy just has to know something's up.
Been kind to Kingsbridge.
Brother Reynold. I've heard of a Reynold from the coast. A scheming drunkard who lives as a traveling monk.
You think that's him?
Perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. I don't trust him either way.
But it is in
He just knows what's up.
I don't like this.
and in dark
There's something fishy about him.
Jonathan?
that God's light shine.
Or not Jonathan. That's Jack's kid.
And along the road from Paris, across Normandy, over the sea, and all the way to Kingsbridge. Devout Christians have given money for the building of the Church of the Weeping Madonna.
Why are you hiding?
This Church of Kingsbridge.
We never found out what Jack and Aliana named their kid.
I am Philip. Who are you, young man?
Will change your life as she
They named him Nuh-uh. Interesting.
Many bore witness to her miracle. She wanted to go home, but where? Can you feel it? You are about to witness a miracle. The Madonna knows how you have suffered. The Virgin Mother had to witness the rise and fall of her Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and never stopped believing. Kingsbridge has endured many hardships. Prior James left you before his time when you needed him the most. Your old cathedral was burned to the ground.
How do you know this?
And your new one collapsed even before construction was finished. You have suffered the ruthless destruction of your market, homes, and lives.
Dada!
All of you have lost husbands, wives, and children, family and friends.
Dada!
All of you know how it is to be hungry and afraid. But you have kept your faith.
Aliana.
Philip.
And the Madonna
this
knows.
Is a miracle, isn't it? Or something along those lines.
But how?
We thought it was time to give Tommy a home.
The boy? Your boy?
Well, Philip? Do you recognize him? Our little Tommy?
Tommy? But...
You didn't figure it out?
It's been almost 3 years since I last saw you, Jack. Where on earth did you find him?
I'd almost given up looking for him. Then Tommy found him.
And you decided to come back?
Well, this is our home, after all.
Then what on earth is all this? This miracle?
With the Madonna, we were able to collect donations for your priory, And for Kingsbridge.
So noble.
Really?
We can start anew. We can
Really?
rebuild the cathedral.
What's the catch?
I'll get to be Master Builder.
Why?
I've studied the cathedrals, churches, and houses they build in France and Spain. I saw how different their constructions were, with new shapes, colors, and ideas. Oh, you should have seen it. They combined rib vaulting and pointed arches. I want to do that. That's why.
Why here?
Because this is home.
The townspeople probably think that's enough to build a whole cathedral. But to me, it looks like about £100. You know, that won't even pay for a year's work.
Like all of this, it's a symbol. Enough for a fresh start.
And the Madonna will stay here. Kingsbridge will attract visitors and donations again.
You mean I should be thankful for these lies and tricks?
Jack! Aliena! You came back!
We wanted to see you, little sister.
How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. But look at you! And the little one!
Tommy.
How are the others?
Alfred left Kingsbridge. Richard shows up every now and then. And Ellen returned to the forest.
We need to visit her.
What's wrong, Mother?
I'm glad you're back.
I am too. Very glad.
Yeah.
She looks like she's about to cry.
She will weep for your suffering, Kingsbridge. She knows your pain.
What now?
The miracle!
Her eyes are wet.
Her eyes!
Look at her.
They're shining!
She cannot hold her tears any longer.
She is made of wood. It's impossible.
Why are you weeping?
She is mute ever since her husband died.
The Madonna has suffered as I have. She understands.
I think that girl's name is Mary. It says Mary, Mary.
Through her faith in all of your lies, Mary has found a miracle. We can't keep trying to repair Kingsbridge by ourselves. Things are not improving. We're struggling to keep things as they are.
But we can't afford to hire help.
Without farming and fairs, we're back to Prior James's time.
All these past years, my advice was good enough for you. But it appears you've changed your mind now, again.
So dramatic.
We started doing something to wake up and make Kingsbridge what it used to be. We did before, and we could do it again.
I'm not willing to accept a risk like that. Don't you remember what happened last time? My, how easily we forget.
I remember well.
And still, you put your trust into a group of random strangers to make things better. Philip, why in God's name have you stood by and let this happen? They're tricking us into giving them money for false idols.
They are giving us money.
So that we'll place this idol in our priory? Do you approve of this?
Well, on the one hand, there's already a lot of statues to things in the priory. So another statue doesn't seem like it would hurt anything. Another, but you know, to say that it is like a miracle from God is pretty deceptive. But, you know, you can like say that Santa Claus exists, and that is a kind of a deception of sorts, but still believe in your religious convictions. Shoot. It seems like Philip would be... God will find another way.
No, I don't approve of their deception. The Madonna is a trick, no miracle. But the people have already decided, and I won't take away the hope they found. Did you not see what happened to Mary?
I saw. And I see that you intentionally turn a blind eye to the lies of your friends. I'm warning you. I cannot support a prior who tolerates heresy.
Your threat won't sway me. No matter how unconventional, their return and their gift are a blessing.
You made your decision, Philip of Gwynedd. And now, I make mine. I resign. I'm leaving the Priory.
Yeah. They were upfront about it and just said it was less of a relic and more of a symbol for Mary's suffering. I think that would have been kind of a best of both worlds, maybe.
And you're just as shy as your father was.
Don't let him fool you. Usually, he's always up to something.
Tom would have been proud of you. Of both of you.
Is she still here?
Hmm?
Tom's wife.
Oh, no. Martha and I moved her to Kingsbridge. She's with Tom now. He always wanted that.
Ellen, we found Jack's family in Cherbourg.
The place he came from wasn't Cherbourg, it was Cherbourg.
Really? What were they like?
They were good people.
His grandmother said Jack looked just like him, like his father.
He does. But they never came for him or asked about him.
They thought he was dead. His ship sunk. He'd always wanted to go to England.
Have you ever heard of the White Ship?
No.
The king's family drowned.
My father was there. He was the only one who survived.
Is he
not for long?
An heir to the throne?
He told me that he was accused of stealing a chalice.
Was he?
Yes. But I know he
Does that make Jack an heir to the throne?
I heard the story and had to find out what he looked like. He told me his name. I fell in love. I helped him escape. But in the end, they caught up with us.
What happened then?
They hanged him. I was there. And you were there, Jack. But you weren't born yet. He was led to the gallows. Everyone was quiet. The people somehow knew he was not a thief. But I knew for sure. He told me. He was so afraid. He didn't want to die. I didn't want him to die. And I prayed. Then I heard his voice. Quiet.
Sang sweeter than ever, as if the falling melody might wing and net dissever. At dusk the hunter took his prey, the lark his freedom never.
No! No!
That's rough. At least it was quick. But yikes.
You said that 3 men were responsible for Father's death.
Who were they?
Bishop Waleran,
The Sheriff of Shiring, Percy Hamley, Prior James of Kingsbridge,
and
Archdeacon Waleran Bygod. They showed no mercy.
No wonder James went crazy.
I curse you! All of you! He will return to haunt you! One day, you will be judged for what you did. Your houses shall be consumed by fire. Your life shall end in pain and agony. You shall grow old in sadness and regret.
2 out of 3. Friar James went insane and
Will return.
Percy Hamley was poisoned.
I promised them.
That explains James' behavior when he saw us after we burnt the cathedral. He was like hiding in the cathedral.
Our new prior Remigius. He helped to recover the bones of the Saint of Kingsbridge, Adolphus, from the hands of thieves. Adolphus already rests safely in this great cathedral of Shiring. Our master builder Alfred promised me that it will only be a matter of a few years until the cathedral will be finished. And the Earl of Shiring has promised to support us. But he has not done so for himself. No, the Earl is not a selfish man.
Right.
His mother, Lady Hamley, is sick. More and more, I feel the whole of England is suffering from a sickness.
Right on the same gallows.
The sickness of war.
Where Jack's father was hanged.
And most of all, heathen beliefs. I have spoken to God. I asked him.
What did he say?
Begged him to walk amongst us, to heal us. But God told me that only when this great cathedral is finished will he have a temple to reside in. No matter the cost, this shall be a towering castle to protect us from evil and false beliefs. With this cathedral, we will bring an end to the dark times.
Waileran, by God!
Jack? What are you doing here?
My father died by your hands, Waileran.
Oh, they got there quick.
His name was Jacques Cherbourg.
How dare you talk to the bishop like that?
He died right here!
Who are you?
I know that man. He's that bastard from Kingsbridge.
That man is my husband.
You?
All of you, listen to what we have to say. From now
Is this the best idea?
Kingsbridge is protected.
By our knights, by our walls, and by the word of the king.
So whatever you do, we will defend our town, our market and fulling mills.
And our cathedral, which we shall rebuild. All workers are invited to come and work for us.
Oh, preposterous.
If you so much as try to bring harm to us, Bishop, we will make sure that you pay for everything you did.
Well, we made our thoughts clear. You helped Jonathan plant a new tree. You've held your first sermon in a long time. You disapproved of the deception of the Madonna, but came to see that it gives people hope. Alina and Jack have returned to Kingsbridge. Chapter 17. The storm. $11.54, 11 years later. Wow. It's a bit of a jump.
It had been 3 years. 3 years of drought. 3 years of hunger and poverty. England was brought to its knees. only our walls had kept us safe from the bands of outlaws raiding towns and villages.
How could they afford walls? So I guess they got the
Bishop
king's...
Waleran and William Hamley forced the workers to finish their cathedral in Shiring. Many had died. The work on our own cathedral had almost come to a halt. 4 weeks the storm had raged on. It was then that our cathedral gave up its last secret.
Better not crumble again.
And everything changed.
Tom, I don't think you would have liked the sight of this.
Tom Builder.
I don't think you would have liked the sight of this at all.
Alfred versus Jack in cathedral building. We'll get their cathedral done first.
Did not plan the cathedral to be that high. But I reinforced the walls, like in Saint Denis. The storm shouldn't be that much of a problem. But if it's not the storm, then what is it?
It was about to collapse. Well, time to skedaddle.
I might need them to find out what's causing...
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and save there, and when we come back, we'll be back in chapter 17 of the Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. Alright, we'll see you guys again soon. Take it to the bottom. What's going on with this wall? Alright.
The roof looks all...
They look all right.
I'm not done here yet.
Oh yeah, the vaulting might be a little problem with the vaulting there.
The vaulting is cracked.
Let's tamper with it. That'll help.
If I make it worse, then we'll at least know what the problem is.
And I'll die as well.
Be easier without this sand everywhere. All right. One more time. If the vaulting were unstable, this part would have collapsed and the wall would retract.
Why would you want to do that? That just seems silly.
The cause of the problem is not up here. Tom.
Tom, guide us.
What would you have done now? When we erected the Eastern Wall 17 years ago, there was...
WWTD.
Yes. No matter what we did, it always came back. But this is not the same wall. We rebuilt it. But the cause could have been the same in both cases. The crypt!
It's the foundation.
Yes, Tom. You kept the whole foundation there as it was. But it never had to carry this much weight before. That's it! The problem must be down there.
They were enraged. Bishop Henry thinks that the Pope should hear about what you wrote.
I think so, too. I would be honored if he read my book.
Philip, I really am worried about you.
There is no need for you to worry, Jonathan.
Man.
It's just a book.
The problem is that the people love your sermons and what you wrote, even though most of them can't read. Your book is being copied in priories all over England.
Is that not a good thing, if our message gives people hope?
In desperate times, hope can be a powerful force.
That is very true.
Well, I fear the bishops. They might come to believe you took that power from them.
Huh? Do you?
You now. Very possible. The Divine Soul, written by Philip in 1148. In his text, Philip suggests that we all carry a godly spark within us, because God created man, and while sometimes it may seem as if God has abandoned us, God is indeed always closer to us than anything else, because our soul is of a divine nature. This means that man does not have to wait for salvation from the outside, but that we can all change the world around us ourselves. We can plant a seed, and in turn, God will make it grow. Philip's message of hope is heard in all of England and even other parts of Europe, but the church is highly critical of the text. In his first book, Philip had only criticized fake miracles. Now he seems to claim that all men are equally divine. Members of the clergy are not closer to God's glory than any other man.
Jack!
Have you been atop the cathedral during the storm?
Don't worry, Philip. The storm isn't as bad up there.
You shouldn't be up there risking your life. You should be with your children. Sally and Tommy have been asking for their parents all morning.
After their Jack and Aliena's family 54. After their promise to Waleran to keep the King's Bridge protected, Richard and Jack have spent most time fortifying the town. Since then, William Hamley has not dared to attack the town again. Aliena, who has continued her wool business, trades mostly outside of Shireen. Most of the fleece she is trading is produced in Kingsbridge, where Jack erected 2 felting mills. Aliena and Jack have 2 children now. Tommy is already 12 years old. His little sister Sally is 9. Martha looks after both of them while Jack and Aliena are working. Some believe that Martha and Richard are in love, but if that is true, they are keeping their secret well guarded.
The storm is tearing our east wall apart.
Crazy, Richard is alive.
The storm works, I work. Jonathan, did you and the others come directly from Winchester?
Yes, we did.
What about Aliena?
She stayed a day longer for the fleece fair. She should be on her way back now.
In this storm?
We didn't expect it to get worse.
No one did.
I am sure she'll be all right.
I need to go. I think I know why the east wall is unstable.
Yes? Why is that?
I'm not sure, but I think the answer lies down...
The foundation. The pillars.
Before it's too late. I don't like the look of that. I don't like it one bit.
This church is huge. God is like, no false miracles.
Rashid was right. People love to believe in miracles. The reason most people come to Kingsbridge now is for Philip's sermons. He tells them what they need to hear. He gives them hope. Here we go. Dear God. These stones, they've been removed before. Whoever put them back just added some mortar on top of the stones to hide the fact that they were removed. The tile at the bottom was completely loose.
What does that mean?
I think it was an entrance.
An entrance? To where?
They never found James's body. And we're pretty sure we saw him when
the whole east wall on top of you.
Jack burned the cathedral down.
Jack?
Jack?
I'm all right. I just hit my head. It's dark in here.
There's a whole room here. A chamber.
I'll get a torch.
Everybody is so manly speaking.
You stay here.
It's a coffin.
Is that a coffin? Oh, there's sand everywhere. Uh-huh. It's a bed.
What?
There's a bed in here.
What? Jonathan, we need that torch.
So, Prior James.
That's not wood. It's metal, gold even. It's made of leather. It's a whip. What is that doing here?
I have the torch.
All right, come in here. Should be safe.
Should be safe. Everybody's speaking very manly like.
Did you know about this place?
No. No, I did not. I've seen this chalice before, when I was very young. It's the chalice of the Eucharist from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
Ah.
Cuthbert told me about it. They said it was stolen.
And melted down, I know. Mother told me. They also said it was my father who did it.
Did they?
Plot thickens.
So he's innocent then?
He must be.
And whoever hid the chalice is responsible for his death. They hanged him in Shiring for stealing this chalice. But it was here all along.
That scourge, the whip. It belonged to Prior James. I was afraid of it when I first visited Kingsbridge with Francis and Abbot Peter. Even the look of it scared me.
James. Maybe it was him. I think I saw him during the night of the fire in the cathedral. When the old cathedral burned down. There was a man in the fire. His shoulders were bloody, as if he had chastised himself.
It is you! By God and the devil!
He told me that he had sinned, that he had done something to me. Perhaps because I looked like my father.
So he confessed for framing your father while he hid the cup here?
But it couldn't have been James you saw. James died weeks before the fire.
Did they find the body?
Did he? You said they never found his body. Maybe he hid down here. Maybe that's why the bed's here.
Wait. Jack, you were in the burning cathedral. What were you doing there?
Some weight off her shoulders.
And then I told Philip what I'd done. He just looked at me.
It didn't say anything.
As a child, Prior James Scourge found by Philip 1154. As a child, Philip was afraid of Prior James Scourge. He first saw it when he and the abbot Peter, the man who raised him, and Francis, after the parents were killed, visited Kingsbridge. Years later, James decided that Philip, now a young man, should get the chance to lead his own priory cell, St. John in the Forest. Every time Philip visited the mother house in Kingbridge, he always remembered the day when he first saw the scourge. Abbot Peter did not like the idea that pain could lead to salvation, but Prior James believed that chastising oneself was the only way to cleanse the soul from sinful implications of the flesh. After Jack told Philip that he believed Prior James was alive the day the cathedral burned down, Philip remembered that only weeks before, the choir did not dare to sing because they thought they had heard someone chastising himself in the crypt. Maybe they really did hear James. Maybe James did hide in the secret room in the crypt, but why? So Waylerlin after him, then Percy Hamley to tie up loose ends. Meanwhile,
Waylerin, what do you want?
Do you think it is wise to resign yourself to gluttony at times like these, while your people starve on the streets of Shiring?
Don't play the saint. You promise them miracles, and you make them pay. But your miracles never work out, do they?
God works in ways that we cannot comprehend.
My mother cannot walk. You failed. Again. What do you want?
I came about a book.
The Bible again?
No. Philip of Gwynedd wrote it. And the church is displeased. Bishop Henry was enraged. This is our chance, William.
Your chance, you mean? If you need forces, talk to Walter or Ugly. I don't care. I built your fucking cathedral. I'm done.
It's not just about Philip. It's about Aliena and her family.
Don't mention that name.
But have you not heard? King Stephen and Maud's son just signed a peace treaty.
I don't care.
You should care.
I said I don't. Now leave, and don't come back unless I ask for you. Where's my wife?
They've not returned yet, Lord William.
Then get me a whore! Now!
oh my goodness. The end of the war and the Treaty of Wallingford, 1154. After over 15 years of civil war, the battle between Stephen and Maud, England was more divided than ever. After a final confrontation at Wallingford, Empress Maud's son Henry II and Stephen arranged a truce. The treaty was later signed in Winchester and Westminster. According to the treaty, Stephen will remain king until his death, and then will be succeeded by Henry II. The treaty further states that all decisions regarding land which were made during Stephen's reign are immediately reverted and restored to the time of King Henry I. Wow. This means that the earldom of Shiring again belongs to the heirs of Bartholomew and not to the Hamleys. Who would dare go against William Hamley? Who? I can't imagine he would have any enemies. Seems like such a nice guy. At the same time, it's quite the sandstorm they got going on. hear a baby crying. I think. I feel like I hear a baby crying, but I don't know why. It's weird.
I am sorry for intruding, but I must ask you for shelter. I was on my way from the Fleece Fair in Winchester to Kingsbridge and got caught in the storm.
Nasty, isn't it?
Yes. And it's getting worse and worse. Thank you for your hospitality.
Help me!
This place looks a little shady.
Please! I need help!
Hello? Oh dear, are you hurt?
Well, get her to shelter. Jeez.
My horse! It fell! I can't move!
Take my hand! We'll get you inside!
Think that's Percy Hamley's wife?
We'll only be here until it's safe to leave. We won't bother you. I'm Aliena. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Breathe, Elizabeth. You're safe now.
Mm-hmm.
She took her.
Should have let her die. We would all be better off without someone like her.
Just use your cape. Actually, probably don't want to cause any more trouble than...
Oh, you're so kind. Many people would have let me die. People don't listen to me. My entourage didn't even notice they lost me.
Who?
My husband and his entourage.
A fine husband you have. I divorced my last one for less than that.
Divorced? Oh,
Alfred?
he's been beside himself ever
I kind of feel bad for Alfred, to be honest.
Maybe now you'll understand what loss feels like. And what you people are doing to us.
Yeah, let's...
Bullying her. Can't you see she's upset?
We're kind of outnumbered. We should try to be
How
somewhat...
do they know you? This isn't right.
Oh, I'm used to it. I guess that's how it is when your husband holds an office like that. He has to do a lot of things people don't like. And sometimes they recognize me, too.
Wait. Is your husband the Earl of Shiring?
I thought you knew.
William Hamley.
Oh, please don't abandon me too. I swear, I'm not... I can't...
I used to know him when I was a girl.
Really?
Why did you marry him?
My parents arranged it. And it was an honor to be picked.
What's he like now?
I loathe him with all my heart. How do you know him?
We came from noble families. In fact, I was supposed to marry him at one point.
No! How come you didn't?
I found him unbearable. So I refused.
You refused him?
I'm feeling we're gonna get killed and all of our money taken here.
Misery.
Oh, you're so courageous. I wish I was like you. I can't even stand up to the servants.
Don't act like you didn't have a hand in the downfall of this land. For years he roamed across the country to raid, rape and kill.
I'm sorry.
He's no Earl. After all he's taken from us, we should take something from him too.
She has nothing to do with this. Don't you dare touch her. Can't you see she's another one of his?
I think they keep digging the pit.
Oh, give over. She's in on it too.
Can you even imagine how it must be to be a child married to Hamley? The abuse and the humiliation every single day.
Under different circumstances, I'd say she might be exaggerating, but with William Hamley, I'd say it's pretty accurate. He's
You know,
kind of a bastard.
enough to know your pain.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
Tom, where the hell am I supposed to tether this horse?
It's Walter. He's looking for me.
Quick, take this.
Oh, that was a mistake. That was dumb. I shouldn't have done that. She's gonna die now.
That should do
She's
it.
never held a dagger in her life.
Walter.
You.
All these peasants should...
I've not seen you in a long time. William would be very pleased if I brought him your head.
No! Don't harm her. If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead. She saved me from the storm.
Did she now? Come on, we have to get back to the castle. We've lost too much time already.
Elizabeth stays with me.
No, she doesn't.
Thank you for saving me and protecting me from these people.
Come on now, we need to get going. William is waiting.
About William's wife, note from Aliena, 1154. It was my rejection that embittered William to the prospect of marriage for the years that followed. Beside the reason that he married, so late. After I met Elizabeth, I later found out that she was the daughter of Harold of Weymouth, a wealthy knight and supporter of Stephen. Elizabeth was only 14 at the time of the wedding. Bishop Wayland wed them at the Cathedral of Shiring, and everyone of importance was invited to the large feast. Elizabeth is a gentle girl who probably felt honored to be chosen become the Earl's wife. I dare not imagine how William treated her. One more reason to finally put an end to all of this. Yeah, who knows what's going to become of all that. It's crazy. I should not have given her a knife, probably. But who knows? Maybe it'll help her. If you found a secret chamber beneath Kingsbridge Cathedral. You confessed to Philip that you'd burned down the cathedral. Philip's book is strongly criticized by the church. The war between Empress Maud and King Stephen has ended. You found Elizabeth only after you entered the hut. You gave her your dagger before Walter could notice. Chapter 17 complete. Chapter 18. We're crushing it. Outlaws.
Dear Francis, the letters I have written to you over the years surely could be bound into a book.
Whatever happened to Francis?
Once asked me why I write to you when you are dead. The young can be blunt, but the thing is, I think you are still alive. One day, I hope, I will find you, and then you will read these letters. And when you do, you will know that I was busy writing a book. Because of my book, I may have to talk to Bishop Henry. But that is not the only thing that keeps me awake tonight.
Found the chalice.
Behind a wall.
Evidence of Friar James.
Discovered a hidden room. We do not know who built it. But it is likely that Prior James hid there, even after he was said to have drowned. That means he was alive when we met in Kingsbridge on New Year's Day. The day of his burial.
Crazy.
And Jack told me he saw a man in the church the night it burned down. Was that him? And if so, did he burn in the fire that night?
Seemed like. Is that gonna tell him about Jack burning down the cathedral?
The dust storm and the drought are taking their toll on all of us. Thanks to our town wall, we are safe from the Earl and the outlaws. We've heard of places nearby being raided. We believe the attackers were William Hamley's men. We have enough food to last us another few weeks. But life has come to a halt. Martha believes there will be rain soon. But the storm is only a harbinger of rain. I hope that she is right.
Feeling by the title of this chapter that there's going to be some outlaws.
Jonathan worries about my book. The Divine Soul. In Winchester, he heard that Bishop Henry was less than pleased by what I had written. I am not naive enough to pretend I do not know why. I wrote that hope is godly, and since God made each of us, hope and salvation are only to be found within ourselves.
The Bible. And the Bible.
And I am giving it away for free. If the church should ask me to clarify my position, of course I shall do so. But I feel I must give our people what they need in these desperate times. And how could I write anything else if this is what I truly believe? It must be well after midnight.
Whenever he writes a letter, something bad happens.
With you, I can be honest about what truly troubles me. Jack told me that he was responsible for the fire in Kingsbridge. I know that it was a long time ago. He told me he set fire to the roof because he had heard monks were bad people.
My God. Save yourselves! The saint! We must save the saint! Fire! The whole roof is in flames!
My God!
Don't go in there!
I don't think anybody died, though. But still.
We must save him! No! No! Don't go!
And as horrible as it may sound, I cannot find it in my heart just now to forgive Jack. Maybe because this confession comes too late, and from a man who I have learned to trust. This is the truth.
They did help him rebuild the cathedral. But it's kind of understandable.
I should get some air, Francis. The storm has settled down.
Alright, gang. Until next time. Next chapter of Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. We'll see you soon. Chapter 18. Outlaws.
Hello? I thought I saw someone. No. Something is wrong. The kitchen door is open.
Bad feeling about this.
From the kitchen.
Oh, it's you.
You startled me.
I thought I heard something. Was that you?
No, but I heard it too. Maybe Aliena came back.
No. No, she's asleep. She returned a few hours ago. Damn it.
Jack.
Sorry. There's someone in the kitchen.
Yes, I think you're right.
Stay behind me. I'll go ahead. There's someone in here.
Outlaws.
I know why they're, like, carving the floor with their knives, though. Unless they're sharpening them, maybe.
They are probably just after food. I will talk to them. All right.
Kinda dumb.
No.
Oh. Forcing our hand. Okay. Hey, you guys just need a friendly talking to, right?
Listen.
You're not gonna stab us.
Oh. We don't mean you harm.
Philip, be careful! Damn it! Philip, throw me a stone!
This could have been avoided.
Ah! Jack, no! It's him. Brother Marcus.
Brother Marcus?
Cuthbert's keys to steal food here from the kitchen. Because of me, Remigius found out. And he left. We never saw him again.
Looks like he came back.
Oh.
You didn't mean...
was unnecessary, but whatever. The whole situation.
No, but...
What about him? Don't be afraid.
Ah! Jack! Why did you do that, you animal? I will get the others.
No!
What?
He's just a child.
Just a child. Jack forgave the child. Just like that. And I forgave him. For that was what he had been when he arrived in Kingsbridge. Just a child.
Well, I guess some good came out of it.
Judge this man for not confessing earlier what he had done. I had never told his wife, Aliena, that I was responsible for her fate, and for her father's. Even that night, when we all met, I did not dare to tell her.
The walls of Kingsbridge weren't enough anymore. The outlaws had found a way in. We weren't safe in our homes.
It's time to inspect the wall.
This is what it has come to. Kingsbridge is under attack.
Why didn't Uncle Richard chase them away? Why?
Now, do not exaggerate. This is not a siege.
We only saw 2 of them, and one of them was a child.
But they almost killed you.
These poor souls were starving. Many are forced to turn to thievery because of the drought.
A true Earl's duty should be to protect his people.
Yes, that would be nice. Let's ask William Hamley for help, shall we?
It is all too easy to blame a desperate child.
They could have begged. They didn't have to steal, or they could have found work in the Kingsbridge and tried to contribute. But
forgive we must.
Can you? Forgive, I mean.
I already have.
Hamley is the reason for this. He's to
Hamley?
blame. It's that simple.
Well, he won't be Earl for long. The Treaty of Wallingford has been signed at last. It's only a matter of time until things change.
What treaty? Winchester is in turmoil about this right now. Stephen and Maud have signed the treaty. Maud's son, Duke Henry, is to be crowned the next king.
And, by agreement, all lands are to be returned to their previous owners.
But Stephen will continue to rule as long as he lives.
The earldom will be ours again.
It will not.
Why the bloody hell not?
Bloody hell.
Language?
No one will enforce this until Stephen is dead.
What is to be done then?
Henry II will help us. We wait until he's king and then ask for our earldom.
And if Hamley were to fight the decision, he'd have to face the king's army.
Well, if they're hungry, can't we just give them something to eat? I'll share.
We should, and we will. But there are too many to feed them all.
We must do something.
They contribute and stay.
I cannot sit quietly and wait until Stephen dies of old
Hunt and farm and till the
Treaty
land.
of Wallingford is in place. I won't wait for another 17 years. Not when I'm so close to fulfilling the promise I made to my father.
You're right, but it wasn't William Hamley who came here last night. It's the outlaws we need to worry about.
Well, what do we do about it?
Well, it's important to show compassion, but then we don't want to get robbed either, so we'll fortify.
Maybe there is nothing we can do but defend ourselves.
We're doing our best already. But walls alone won't do. Our guards are few and hungry.
Things will only get worse if we don't find a way to deal with Hamley.
What about his mother? I've heard that Hamley still listens to her, that she still has a say in Earl's Castle.
Yes, let's tell his mother.
If we spoke to Regan Hamley, we might not need a physical confrontation at all.
That'll never work. We have to assault them and take back our father's castle. Even if that means fighting alongside the outlaws.
I don't like either choice, to be honest.
Neither do I. So, what do you think, Aliena?
I will talk to the outlaws.
Hopefully not alone.
Maybe we can find someone who can speak on their behalf. And if there's no one, then we will.
I'll ride with you.
You won't, Cub. Not with that leg of yours.
Your mother is right. Besides, if we all turn up, they might think we mean them harm.
Our hopes of meeting allies on the road to Shiring were fading with every mile. The only people we saw were sitting by the side of the road, broken and starving. Shiring was riddled with death and despair. I'd heard that Ridley had just been raided by outlaws, leaving them almost entirely without cattle. Maybe someone there knew where the raiders had come from. But
yeah, we probably can show compassion to the outlaws.
Out with William Hamley.
But if we can convince them to turn against the Hamleys, that might kill two birds with one stone. Cowford.
We entered the village. There was a weary young man trying to repair a roof. He pointed toward a ruined mill. Hamley's mill, he called it, which used to have the right to grind all grain from the nearby villages. That was until a few days ago. Hamley had come to collect his share and, due to the famine, was met with empty coffers. Enraged, he'd killed the miller and had taken every last bag of flour belonging to the starving people of Cowford. Many had fled into the forest, desperate for their lives. On the road to Shiring, a shrouded figure jumped into our path. It was an outlaw. Fumbling a blunt sword once fit for a knight, he demanded our horses and coin. Richard calmly pulled out his own sword, shutting the man up immediately.
You want to join us? Probably not.
I demanded he let us go. He looked at us, our horses, then ran off with nothing more than a whimper. Shiring had been declining for years. Only the cathedral had been growing day by day, looming over the lands. That cathedral seemed to be sucking the land dry. Its presence was malevolent, like a bad omen. To fund the construction, Hamley had expelled countless tenants who were behind on their payments, taking their possessions. This made the impact of the famine even worse than it already was. I'd been to Monksfield before. It was where I'd met Elizabeth sheltering from the storm. Despite its few inhabitants, it had been a fairly large community with the best soil in the region. Now it was very much abandoned, its farmhouses raided and empty. There was nothing for us here. We needed a better lead for finding the outlaws.
Oh my gosh. It's quite the road.
The fields of Huntley spurred fond memories. Here, I'd negotiated my first deal to transport and sell the farmer's wool. Now, the meadows had turned to straw, and the sheep were dead.
It's where Richard died. Look.
Soon, we reached Uncle Simon's abandoned hut. Our horses needed rest, so we wanted to leave them there while we looked around on foot. Then, I remembered how Richard had been kicked by the man William had paid to catch us.
But he survived.
And the horrible sounds he'd made lying there. Inside the hut, I was startled by a hunched figure hiding in a corner, nibbling on a lump of bread. Upon seeing us, the creature's eyes widened, like those of a frightened... I asked him where he got bread in times like these. Was it stolen? No, I got it from the butcher. The people at Sally's quarry told me to ask the butcher, he blurted out, startled by his own voice. Mistaking our interest for greed, he wolfed down the rest of the bread. Before we could ask more, the frightened man jumped up and fled into the forest. The butcher. Was he the one we were looking for? A leader whom the downtrodden trusted and feared? Maybe we could find him at the quarry the man had mentioned.
Yeah, I think she's looking for a Robin Hood type character, but I think that it's just a bunch of mercenaries that are just opportunistic, it seems like. Let's check out the quarry.
The abandoned quarry was teeming with activity. Many poor souls were gathering around a fireplace, boiling a stew from meat and turnips. It was plain to see that these people weren't held together by blood or profession, but by hunger and desperation. And by their numbers, I thought, that could make them quite dangerous. Were these outlaws?
This might be kind of a dumb move.
The outlaws were using a moss-covered cave and little huts as shelter. Through the cave entrance, we could see stacked crates of goods, most likely stolen. The outlaws were of varying ages and seemed almost peaceful in their little haven. Suddenly, we were startled by a shout. "Who are you?" a boy demanded with all eyes darted towards us. Their reactions were as varied as their faces. Some looked afraid, curious, and confused. Others were full of hatred and contempt. "We're not here to hurt you," I explained. "We just want to talk."
The butcher.
"Where can I find the butcher?" I asked. Their faces expressed anger and fear. I explained that we were looking for food. They told us that the butcher was still in Monksfield, but that meat would come every couple of days. I said that wouldn't be a problem, not knowing what they meant. It looked like our path would lead us back to Monksfield.
Hey, I remember this place. Oh, this is bad. It's a bad idea, I have a feeling.
We're looking for the butcher.
The butcher of Monksfield has long since moved away.
Damn, I can't believe it.
No need for cursing, young man. If you bring me an animal, I can prepare it for you.
Do people call you the butcher then?
Why'd you ask? What do you want?
Do you have a lot of outlaws passing by?
You don't see it in their faces, dear. But we all have been failed by the law and our leaders. Don't you agree?
I asked because we feel the same way. And we're looking for a way to make things right again.
Is that so?
We're looking to build an army, to invade Earl's castle and kill Earl William Hamley.
Oh my. If it was that easy, someone would have done that a long time ago. The poor souls I meet, they're just simple people. They're not an army.
One of their own should lead them. Like you. You seem to take great care of your people.
In their condition, most of them can barely kill a chicken, let alone a man. These people are mothers, fathers, hard workers, yes, but they are not soldiers.
Right. She speaks true.
It is the best chance we have. This is a battle for the sake of the people of Shiring, for all of us.
It's rubbish. It's what it is.
We are offering you a chance to rid the land of Hamley, to fight for your freedom.
The last time we saw you here, you were with that young woman. She was freezing, but you didn't care enough to help her. Why would you show more kindness
They all were mean to her.
of dirty and unfriendly bastards if you can't even care for a young, helpless girl?
But that was William's wife. It was good that she didn't pound her to her.
Aye, suited her right.
My people seem to trust you. But why should they put their lives at risk? You are not like us.
Right.
Aye.
Oh, I know what it's like to live in poverty.
And just like you, we had William Hamley to thank for it.
But I also know that if one fights the right battles, that things can change for the better.
But they're starving, my child. They are weakened by...
Yeah, Hamley needs to die. He's created so much death and suffering, and
Who are
it's like
to think you
running out of options.
William Hamley?
You! Who do you think you are?
We are the rightful heirs to the earldom of Shiring.
We were born for this.
You think that makes you better than us? William Hamley is Earl too.
We won't bow to the current Earl, and neither will we bow to you.
Yeah.
Right.
Even if we work together, Hamley is too powerful.
You ask us to sacrifice our lives for your noble cause, these people will die.
We already have Kingsbridge on our side, including the bright mind of Prior Philip.
Oh, Philip of Kingsbridge. I have heard of him. A wise man, yes.
He took in the survivors of Hamley's raid of Earl's Castle.
Yes, and I was one of them.
He wouldn't let anybody go into certain death. Their plan must be a good plan. Yeah.
I don't think we have a plan.
I said it before. We all have lost everything except for our lives. We don't fight other people's battles.
But maybe this is our battle too.
My people will decide for themselves. But
They'll have a vote.
That I believe that it is indeed a battle worth fighting.
I thank you.
I pray that it will be worth it.
We will all pray, and then we fight.
The first outlaws have made their way into Kingsbridge. Your former novice, Brother Marcus, is one of the outlaws. You have a chance to take back Earl Castle and fulfill your oath, You found the leader of the outlaws. You made no promises regarding the safety of the outlaws if they choose to attack. The outlaws agreed to fight for you. Alright, chapter 19.
And so,
3 more chapters.
17
Crazy.
years, I finally returned
What a
to the
journey.
place I'd once called home.
This is the showdown, the return to Earl's Castle.
There was a small army of famished outlaws hiding in the surrounding woods, waiting for my signal to attack. Led by my vengeful brother, Richard. But I had to be sure that Elizabeth was safe. The poor girl who in my stead had been doomed to become William Hamley's wife.
Might give away your surprise attack, but, you know, whatever. Earl's Castle, 1154. Originally, the father of Earl Bartholomew ordered to build a castle a few miles outside the market town of Shiring, which was meant to serve as the seat of the town's earl. That area, including a small village, the surroundings, and the building itself, is now known as Earl Castle. The castle has mainly served as living quarters for the Earl's family, but its defenses have rarely been used. After Earl's Castle had been violently seized by the Hamleys, all other inhabitants were driven from the estate. Nowadays, Earl's Castle is a name to be feared. Ever since the Cathedral of Shiring was finished, William Hamley has become more disgruntled. Some believe he has lost his faith and only lives to satisfy his own greed and hunger by stealing from starving peasants.
Get in line and stay in line. You'll all get your chance to pay your dues to Lord Hamley, you hear? So no pushing.
Yeah, William Hamley needs to die. He's like, you know, pretty
Why does Lord
evil
Hamley need
guy.
all that food? He's got more than enough.
Shut it, woman. Smear your face with dung and lower your head. It's the only way you get out of here alive. It's no coincidence that Hamley always asks for women to bring the tributes.
Oh, shut up. Patience, patience. Everyone will get a chance to pay their dues to Lord Hamley.
I'm just a shepherd's daughter. I have no business here.
Shut up!
Bloody beggars.
Are you all right?
What do you think? Of course I'm all right. I'm more all right than anyone else in this crowd. Just because Lord Hamley insists on women to deliver the tributes, don't mean you have to send your youngest and prettiest. Fools.
Are you all right?
What do you think? I'm more all right than just because...
Calm yourself. I'll make sure that nothing will happen to you.
They took a woman in my town. She never came back.
Nothing will happen to you if you just remain calm.
Make promises you don't know for certain. You making oaths.
I want to go home.
Oi, you there. Yes, I meant you. That's a pretty face you got there. You're coming with me.
Doesn't recognize her? Oh, it's a mill.
Take me instead.
Well, whatever. You'll walk to the other side of the yard and talk to Walter. He'll get you settled. And don't you dare stray from the path.
Well, there's... What's his face?
Are you done yet?
Almost. Let me just see if I took enough.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, William Hamley needs to die. We need to kill him. Is there like a knife or something in here that we left? Hey, it's what's-her-face.
What are you doing here? You need to leave. Don't come any closer. William has me watched.
What's taking so long?
I forgot the pork. I'll be out shortly. Wait a moment, then follow me.
And they're gonna ruin their surprise attack. And, you know.
We don't have much time. Hugh will look for me any moment now. So why did you come?
I'm waiting!
There's an army of outlaws hiding in the woods waiting for my signal. You need to be out of the way when they come.
But I mustn't leave.
They're very angry at your husband's family, and I want you to be safe.
Will people die?
Yes, people are gonna die.
Yes, people will die. That's why you have to come with me.
I can't. Not without Lady Regan. You need to save Lady Regan first.
Why do you care about Regan Hamley?
Oi! You still in there?
She and Walter have been the only kind souls here.
Walter? William's dog?
Don't call him that. He's not as bad as people say he is. William won't allow me to talk to him anymore. Now Lady Regan is all I have left.
I think Walter just wants her for hugs.
You have to promise that she'll be safe.
By hugs, I mean something else. You have to promise she'll be safe. Yeah, we'll just whatever.
I will, if you agree to leave right now.
Is that a promise?
It is.
All right, I will try to sneak off then.
Hurry up in there! Or do you want me to come in and pull you out?
I need to go.
This is stupid. If they're gonna plan a surprise attack, they should make sure it's a surprise attack.
Now, I have to find Regan Hamley.
No, you go do the attack.
I need to keep my head down, not stab someone for everyone to see.
Well, I don't know. Did it carefully? Yeah, it'd probably be death, but I don't know. Yeah, I gotta save it for Hamley, since we're not... This is now a suicide mission. Didn't have to be, but... I'm pretty sure they want us to go on a suicide mission. Let's go back. All right, fine.
Elizabeth claims you aren't such a bad person after all.
Am I not? Have you forgotten that I killed your family's steward?
You got problems over there, Walter?
Tell your guard to stand down. Have a heart.
So, you think I'm a nice bloke, and you give me orders on how to handle my men? Don't make me laugh. Hugh!
What?
If you let me go, I promise I will end William Hamley's reign.
I don't believe you. But it's not up to me to judge these things. I'll take you to Lady Hamley. She'll decide. My lady?
Elizabeth.
She's not here, but there's someone else to see you. The Lady Aliena of Shiring.
The Lady Aliena. When did that bitch become nobility again?
I didn't know you were so ill.
Oh, don't you dare.
I'm certain you've heard about the treaty the king made with Duke Henry at Wallingford Castle.
I have. I have also heard that it's a muddled mess.
It is a complicated deal indeed, but one that will end the war. And one that makes my family the rightful owners of this earldom once more.
Only by word. There's no one who would come to enforce this, not even the king.
Don't you see what your son is doing to the land? Soon there won't be an earldom left to rule for anyone.
That's a lie. My William is a better earl than your father ever was. To think that I once wanted to marry my good William into a family like yours. Not a day goes by when I am not glad that God saved us from that horrible fate. And that he sent that monk to Bishop Waleran to unveil your father's evil plan.
What monk?
That prior of Kingsbridge. Philip of Gwynedd.
What?
Where is my Elizabeth? Why is she not here?
I promised your son's wife that I'd make certain you'd be safe.
Safe from what? From a pack of impotent monks?
I have an army outside the gates, ready to attack.
What?
Get Elizabeth. I want her at my side when the fighting starts.
She's gone.
Gone? What do you mean? Gone where?
I told her to leave Earl's Castle. She suffered enough under your son.
William didn't lay a finger on her.
He did. More than once, milady.
That is a lie.
It's up to you if this ends in a bloodbath or not.
Oh!
It's all up to you.
In the name of the true Earl of Shiring, make them suffer!
They're coming.
Mother?
This is not going very well. Hide.
What's going on here? What's that bitch doing here?
She's trying to bargain.
She's trying to take everything.
Is she? Is she now?
Leave it.
Shut up, old man. Cut that whore up, Walter!
No. You brought this on yourself.
You bloody traitor! Someone get up here! Men! You will pay. You will all pay for this.
No, I feel so bad. Oh, no. gosh. What a poor guy. Can we roll him into the
Now,
fire?
we tell his men.
Can we desecrate his grave? I mean, they do a good job. He's like one of the most. Well, I don't want to say he's a compelling villain. He's kind of a dumb villain, but he's one of the more evil villains in
Drop your weapons
that game I played. William Hamley is dead.
Hold the banner of the new Earl of Shiring!
Like a fox.
Everyone, listen! Lord Hamley is dead! The castle now belongs to the former Earl's family again.
What? You're shitting us!
It was the King's wish.
Who killed him?
He died because he refused to hand over Earl's Castle peacefully.
And we'll kill you too if you don't.
He died.
We should kill them because they've done just as much evil as he has.
Lady Aliena of Shiring. I'm the daughter of Bartholomew, the former Earl of
There's only so much murder and,
I've been tasked to end the tyranny of William
just
Hamley
not good.
and restore order to Shiring.
Our occupation of Shiring has been made unlawful. Every attack on us is sanctioned by the King of the English.
So what will happen to us then? I shall tell the King that William Hamley forced you to do his bidding. That every atrocity done to the people of Shiring was his doing and his alone.
You will get your chance for redemption by helping the people of Shiring recover from your own cruelty. And by rebuilding their homes and tending to their fields.
Ali, you helped me greatly, but it is still me who is the rightful heir to Father's title, not you. Back when he made us swear the oath, you hesitated. I never forgot that. From now on, you can be my deputy, but in the end, I make the decisions.
Fine with me.
Understood.
I didn't want to make that oath anyway.
The tyranny of William Hamley is over! The earldom of Shiring belongs to its rightful heir.
Reinstatement of Richard of Shiring. Reinstatement of Richard of Shiring, King Henry II, by the council of all of his barons, or for the fulfillment of the Treaty of Wallingford, has decreed that the Shiring and each township shall return to the owners from before the former Lord King Stephen's times, within the term fixed for its sovereignty. Those to be in succession by blood of former Earl Bartholomew of Shiring shall claim the title Richard of Shiring. Therefore, it is to be announced the Earl in official ordeal of inauguration.
Send a messenger to Kingsbridge to let Prior Philip know that Shiring is finally free.
What is it? Why are they laughing?
You can send a messenger if you want. But there won't be much of a prior left when he arrives.
Ali, what's going on?
They must have been attacking us while we were attacking them. You snuck into Earl's Castle, the army of outlaws supporting you. You didn't confront your father's former knights. You told Elizabeth, we should have done that. We could have probably got some extra people on our side, prevented some bloodshed. I didn't realize. You told your Elizabeth to leave Earl Castle, told Elizabeth. You ordered William's men to help rebuild Shiring. Richard himself made himself Earl Shiring, ignoring your own claims. Chapter 20. 2 more chapters.
The Pope
Wailer
believes we should either burn him or make him Bishop of Kingsbridge.
I have already taken matters into my own hands. My men arrested him while Kingsbridge was left unguarded.
while his friends took Earl's Castle.
Yes.
Yes.
At least in his death, William Hamley was of use to you.
They didn't even care for each other. That's pretty depressing. Pretty depressing lot. The end. Sharing the day of
Look at all these people. It seems like they're enjoying themselves.
They never change. You drooling dogs should be ashamed!
Shut up, you old hag!
Ellen?
I'm not feeling well.
I'll stay with you. Go ahead. We'll come after you. Quick! You can't be too late.
Is your mother ill?
It's not that. This is where they hanged my father.
The trial begins. The judges. Brother of Stephen, King of the English. The Right Reverend Bishop Henry of Winchester. Her Highness, the Countess Lady Aliena of Shiring. Presiding over the trial, the Right Reverend Bishop of Shiring and Kingsbridge.
Guessing it's over the book you wrote.
By God.
Wailerin.
Please. The church is not without fault. We have gathered here today before the eyes of God to accuse one of our own. He wrote in his book that the church and the papacy are not necessary as intercessors between God and man. That God is in man, that all men are equal, and that each sinner is as close to our Lord as the Pope himself. Now, we ask God for his judgment. For his is the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
Don't quote scripture, Wailerin. Please. Thank you.
And not yours. You stand accused of heresy. Philip of Gwynedd, how do you plead? Answer!
I am not guilty.
Your teachings speak another language. Guilty, I say.
I am deeply saddened. It may come as a surprise to you, but we had hoped to make you Bishop of Kingsbridge. Why has it come to this, Philip?
In part, I am to blame. I supported Philip in his early years. I demand that Philip be removed from his position of prior immediately.
No!
And that he remain in captivity until such time that Shiring and all of England have healed from the poisonous words he has dispersed.
No!
What?
She's got to come up with a more compelling argument.
Yes?
In what way exactly are Philip's teachings heretical?
Philip of Gwynedd has said that each of us is in part of a godly nature, for God has made us in his image.
It's in the scripture?
He claims that none of us, not he, not the bishops, not even the Pope, is closer to God than any other man or woman.
Sounds legit.
Heresy!
Where everyone sins? Everybody's a sinner? What?
Peter, his first pope. He and us, his church, hold the keys of the kingdom of heaven.
Yes!
The Bible also tells us, let a man be known by his actions. Philip Philip made Kingsbridge into a prosperous place for its people and for the church you claim he disrespects.
That is true, Lady Aliena.
Yes. Let a man be known by his actions. Call in Remigius.
The Prior of Shiring, Father Remigius.
You get in trouble for that artifact, which I was against, but they didn't give us any options.
My bishop.
Tell the court, Remigius, what you have told me.
For many years, I served as sub-prior of Kingsbridge. First for Prior James, then for the accused.
What was your first impression of him?
I was offended by his bluntness and accusations during the chapter discussions.
What else?
Prior Philip did not hesitate to give refuge to the people fleeing Earl's Castle in the winter that our king died.
Is that not a good deed? A true Christian act?
You do not know him as well as you think you do, Lady Aliena. Today, that will change.
Then, on the day of our first Fleece Fair, we were attacked.
I heard. It was terrible.
I tried to soothe the woman's pain by reading the scripture to her. Our master builder's wife tried to put a spell on her with poisonous herbs.
And Philip intervened?
Yes. He pushed me aside and gave the woman poison.
Well, what happened? What became of her?
It is worse than I thought.
It was no poison.
And then there was the day the Virgin Mary's statue arrived in Kingsbridge.
He has a point there.
I did not believe it was a miracle.
Clearly, it is a miracle. I hear of many who were healed in Kingsbridge.
Yes! Amen! Oh, Mary, bless us all!
Well, I soon realized it was a true miracle, but Philip did not. He was only after the money people donated at the Virgin's Shrine. That is why I left.
I wish they did give us an option to reject it. We tried.
I believe there is one more thing you have not told us about. Something very important.
Yes. Philip has fathered a child!
What? I don't remember that happening.
And he raised him in the priory.
He is guilty!
When did that happen?
Jonathan of Kingsbridge, step forward.
It's not Philip's son. Not like by blood. Like,
is it?
Is this true? Are you Philip's son? Answer the question, Jonathan of Kingsbridge.
Always been like a father to me.
Philip has always been like a father to me.
He being like. Everyone can attest that they found him.
My father.
How do you know that?
He told me.
And how do you know he spoke the truth?
Speak.
Philip would never lie.
Answer the bishop.
He would lie, but
Philip
he's
would
human.
never lie.
But
he told me that I was found in the woods.
Because he did the miracle thing. But he's not a liar. He doesn't lie.
Philip? Or are you lying? Well?
My brother found him in the woods.
You told the story so many times.
My brother found him.
Your brother? Had he not been working for Earl Robert of Gloucester? You have not seen him in a long time now, have you? Let us ask your brother if your stories are true.
gonna be gnarly. We kept writing him letters. We haven't heard anything.
Francis, what happened to you?
This is not your fault. He does this to hurt you.
By God.
Francis of Gwyneth. He was arrested more than 15 years ago. He was arrested for conspiring against his own master, Earl Robert.
Remove the prisoner!
Philip told me himself, and I told Earl Robert. For God and the Church cannot take sides in these conflicts. Only one brother has been tried so far, but both of them conspired against Earl Robert. And his ally, Earl Bartholomew, your father, Lady Aliena. Philip took in all those refugees years ago because he was to blame for their fate. As he was for yours when you lost your father and your earldom. That, Lady Aliena, is the man you are trying to protect. Well?
I know that he is a troubled man. We've all had to make hard decisions. Decisions that seemed right at the time. When indeed, they were terrible mistakes. I am thankful that I was forgiven when I made a mistake. Now I forgive him. Let us now return to the problem at hand. There is a man who witnessed how Jonathan was found in the forest. A man who can shed light on who Jonathan's father really is.
And who is that?
My husband.
Step forward. What is your name?
He is the master builder of Kingsbridge.
Have you lost your courage?
No, I have not. You know well why it would be hard for me to face you. They call me Jack, after my father. My name is Jack Jackson.
Ring a bell with Waylon.
Yes, we have met before.
How old were you when you allegedly saw Jonathan as a child in the woods?
12. But I know what I saw. Philip told the truth.
You were a child. And what were you doing there, in the woods?
I was living in the forest, with my mother.
They were outlaws.
Prior Remigius is the most trustworthy witness we've seen today, and his statement was quite damning to Philip. The distant memories of an outlawed child cannot convince me otherwise.
He fathered a child!
Heretic!
Let him go! He would never do that!
And yet, Lady Aliena is right. We do not know enough to judge him as harshly as you proposed, Bishop Waleran.
You are right, Bishop Henry. As I said, it is not up to us to judge this man. Philip of Gwyneth has pleaded innocent, but how innocent is he? We ask God for his judgment. As Bishop of Kingsbridge and Shiring, I demand an ordeal by fire.
This is madness!
Philip of Gwyneth will be tried and judged at the stake. If he is innocent, God will save him from the flames. If he is not, then he will burn as the heretic and sinner God has declared him to be.
Waileran, by God! Not this time.
It's her.
I saw the child and Francis. I was there. Philip is not the child's father. He is a fool, but he is a good man.
Then, who is the father?
Tom Builder.
May rest in peace.
They are all in this together. This woman is a witch and an outlaw, living in sin with a thief. He was hanged in Shiring 30 years ago.
He was not a thief. He was a...
Reveal the chalice.
You've murdered him, Waileran, by God.
What is this nonsense?
He was a thief. He stole a golden chalice and melted it down and sold it.
What?
Prepare to put your foot in your mouth.
The chalice of the Eucharist. He stole it from the Cathedral of Kingsbridge.
Sacrilege.
Yes, Prior James of Kingsbridge caught him red-handed.
Is that the chalice? You said it was melted down and sold.
Fall not for their lies. That could be any chalice. This does not prove a thing.
Where did you find this chalice?
In a secret chamber. We believe Prior James hid it because he felt guilty for falsely accusing Jack's father.
What proof do you have?
He told me. The night the cathedral burned down, I was there, I saw him.
Prior James died weeks before that.
No, he did not.
Bishop Henry, he speaks the truth.
Order! I will give you until sunset to produce a witness who can prove your accusations against Bishop Waileran. Not just this chalice. If you fail to do this, I will make sure you are tried for defamation. Philip of Gwynedd, you will stay under arrest. The trial recommences at sunset.
Crazy. I do apologize for those who voted for Tom Builder. I feel bad about this stuff.
What are you doing there?
I've seen you draw up plans for a cathedral. Maybe we can do something similar to find our witness. Let's see. Your father.
He looks just like you.
No.
My grandmother said he did.
And Bishop Waileran. What are the connections?
What about James?
Maybe, by exploring,
and Percy Hamley,
we can find a witness.
Good idea.
Jack's father. If he was still with us, he could be our witness.
Maybe he still can.
Bishop Waileran is at the center of all this.
Yeah, he might be heir to the throne for all we know.
Mother says Waileran was behind my father's death.
And she said he wasn't alone. There were 3 men responsible for your father's death.
Prior James?
Bishop Waileran. Percy Hamley.
Percy Hamley.
Back then, he was the Sheriff of Shiring. And Prior James of Kingsbridge.
If they were all there, then they were all witnesses.
Well, James and Hamley are gone.
Still alive.
Hardly a coincidence. Why would these 3 men work together to falsely accuse your father?
He was on the White Ship. No one survived that night. No one lived to tell the story.
Yes. He was the sole survivor.
And then they killed him. But why?
Is his heir to the throne? If that's true, then it's best that we don't let everyone, you know, that'd be a tough situation. Like, Stephen's been in our corner through this, and I'm feeling they conducted this trial under his nose without his knowledge. But if he discovered that Jack might be heir to the kingdom, then, you know, Stephen would no longer be in his corner. He'd be out to kill him.
What about the ship?
Thinking on him. Jack's father survived.
My father wanted to go to England. He was the only one who made it when the White Ship sank.
Why would Whaler and Percy and James be concerned about the White Ship?
The son and heir of King Henry was on board. So were other possible heirs and other members of the royal household. I heard that Stephen was supposed to be on the ship as well, but became ill. He was the only male heir. The only threats were the king's daughter Maud and her half-brother Earl Robert, and they've been at war ever since.
And your father, Earl Bartholomew. He was a threat. He tried to stop Stephen and paid for that with his life. Maybe my father saw something on the White Ship. Proof that Stephen was involved.
What about the king?
Hardly a coincidence that the king's heirs all died on that ship. Maybe my father knew what happened. If Stephen was responsible for the sinking of the White Ship, then he may have wanted the only witness of what really happened to disappear.
But he wouldn't have done it himself, of course.
No.
If the White Ship is involved, then it's likely that Waleran was told by King Stephen to murder your father.
But he was not king back then. Why would Waleran listen to him?
He was promised to become bishop.
Of course.
Remember, Bishop Henry is Stephen's brother, and back then he was already one of the most influential clerics in all of England.
But if Bishop Henry is in on all this, what chance do we have to turn this trial around?
It is a public trial. All we want is for Philip to go free. We find a witness to expose Waleran. Henry would have to play along to appear innocent.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
It's our best shot.
Now, what about Prior James? William Hamley's father?
I wonder if my father ever learned why he was killed.
It's possible that King Stephen asked Waleran to kill Jack's father.
Stephen always claimed that it had been God's will that he was not on that ship. That he remained as the only male heir.
That wasn't God. I bet Stephen had a hand in the sinking of the ship.
Now imagine what would have happened if he had learned that someone survived. Someone who might have seen what really happened that night. My father survived the sea, but those that were behind the sinking of the ship caught up with him in the end. If the king is behind all this, what chance do we have to stop Waleran and save Philip?
We must do our best.
James was the prior of Kingsbridge.
That's where they say your father stole the chalice, melted it and sold it.
But we know that's not true.
As we found it, Philip recognized the chalice.
But Bishop Henry wants a witness. The chalice isn't enough.
But it's an important lead for us. I think we're getting closer.
Maybe Stephen never came up with the plan to hang your father.
You mean Waleran did it because he heard rumors and wanted to get closer to Stephen and Bishop Henry? Maybe.
Philip said that Prior James was an honest man. So perhaps Waleran forced him to falsely accuse your father.
Maybe.
That might explain why James was guilt-ridden. The monks still tell the stories about how James thought the devil was after him. The chalice was the reason why your father was hanged in Shiring. But Percy did not arrest him for stealing. That was Prior James, right?
Yes.
So Waleran and the others claimed your father had stolen a chalice from Kingsbridge Cathedral, and that he sold it.
Yes.
We know that's not true, but we need a witness.
It's the only way to help Philip. Percy did not hide the chalice.
James claimed that your father had stolen the chalice and sold it. But instead, James himself hid it in Kingsbridge, in the crypt.
We found his scourge in a bed down there.
That secret chamber is important. Everyone thought Prior James was dead, that he broke into the ice. And now we know he was hidden away.
Why did his monks believe he was dead?
Sub-Prior Remigius told everyone he had found James' rosary by the river. So everyone
Prior Remigius is in on it.
They buried an empty casket.
But how is Remigius involved?
Philip told me that Remigius was there when Waleran made Philip prior. Waleran and Remigius knew each other.
That explains why Waleran later made Remigius prior of Shiring.
And Remigius recognized my mother when we arrived in Kingsbridge. He must have been there at the time my father was arrested. I think Remigius knows all about this.
Is it possible that Waleran told Remigius to make Prior James disappear when James began to talk about what they'd done?
When James started talking to the devil.
But for some reason, Remigius hid him away. But Waleran never knew.
Crazy.
Yes. That explains why he really didn't believe you. When you said you had seen James in the fire.
Where James died after all. And Remigius thought no one knew.
We have to find Remigius. He's our witness.
Wayland's probably already...
It's getting dark already. The trial will continue soon.
Tying up loose ends.
People know you two. You shouldn't walk around Shiring like that.
He's right.
I'll go look for him.
All right. Take care of yourself. And Jonathan.
Yes?
We will talk later about what was said today. About Tom.
All right.
Oh, that's gotta be revelatory for Jonathan. Well, I think he kind of knew that. Well, maybe not. Oh my gosh. Not one of these things where I have to go around and ask the people. Prior.
No one may approach the pyre.
Why not?
Bishop Henry's orders.
Oh, all right. Have you seen Father Remigius? The Prior of Shiring.
He was here a moment ago.
Where's he now?
What do you want with him? Yeah, what do you want with him?
Oh, forget it. He was here. Everyone left for the trial, it seems.
He doesn't seem like one to be in the tavern district, but maybe. But it is a good place for gossip.
I don't
so
see
we
anyone
find out.
here. Hello?
Oh yeah, probably.
Maybe someone saw Remigius.
Can he be at the Bishop's Palace? They can inspire the people with the writings of Philip.
Most of them can't read, let alone grasp these ideas. How could any of them judge Philip? They saw him. He can't have gone far.
Do you want to go in, Father?
No, not yet.
Are you not with Prior Philip?
Yes, I am.
I pray they'll set him free.
He's a good man.
He is a heretic!
You're fools! Look at yourselves! Who are you to judge a man who has never hurt anyone?
Forgive them, Father.
We don't judge him, but God will!
Hey, buddy.
Remigius? I don't think he's here.
I think we saw him.
Wait, was that him? I think I saw him.
Why are they putting this option here?
Hello?
Strange.
The door's open. Is anyone there?
You had one task.
By God! No!
Our bishop is very displeased.
No!
Oh, don't just stand there.
What are you doing? I'm doing what is asked of me.
Stop it!
No! Stay away! This does not concern you!
So dramatic.
No!
Who told you to do this?
No one!
Why did he do this to you?
I will tell you. I will tell everyone.
Got a star witness.
Do you have a witness?
Father Remigius, Prior of Shiring.
He's alive?
Timothy.
What they told you is true. Bishop Waleran wanted the jongleur Jacques Cherbourg dead. He ordered our Prior James to frame him. And so he did.
This is a lie!
Is it?
James lost his mind because of what he did for you. He was about to tell everyone the truth. And then you ordered me to kill him.
Nonsense!
Let him speak.
I couldn't do it. I hit him, but he died in the fire. Jack saw him. It was him. I found the bones after the fire, and I buried them.
You should put an end to this, Henry. You really should.
Why would I?
You should stop this, for your own sake. You knew about all this.
Why would I care if that jongleur lived or died?
Your brother cared. The jongleur survived the sinking of the White Ship. He saw how your brother's men killed the king's family so that he could take the throne.
This is preposterous.
Bishop Henry and King Stephen ordered us to kill the man. You want the truth? That's the truth. Right there.
It is not.
Drama never ends.
Waleran is a liar.
Regan Hamley.
Who is she?
I have waited long enough for this day.
She's poisoned by Waleran.
Raise my voice. The woman, Ellen. She spoke the truth. 3 men were responsible for the death of the jongleur. James, the prior of Kingsbridge. The sheriff, my husband, Percy Hamley. But it was Waleran who was behind it. And only Waleran.
No!
No!
He had heard rumors about the White Ship, about our king. He had hoped to win the king's favor by hanging an innocent man.
But it was not just me. They all knew.
Take him away.
This is for taking my husband's life.
It was Waleran!
Oh, we did it!
Son's in a way.
Over.
Yes, it's over.
But you should consider that a blessing.
Thank you, Lady Hamley.
This monk must learn his lesson.
The Pope would agree. This trial is not over. Philip pleaded not guilty, but he challenged the teachings and the authority of the Church. The ordeal of fire will take place. To show that the Church is not above God. To show that my brother, the King of the English, is not above God. Not we, but God shall judge this man.
This is madness!
No! He can't do this!
Philip!
No! You cannot do this!
This is now a matter of the Church, Lady Aliena. My brother, the King, and I accepted the traitor Waleran into our midst. We were fools and sinners, even if we did not know. I pray that our Lord will save Philip from these flames, for his salvation shall be a salvation for all of us sinners.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us
Light
this
the
day
pyre!
our daily bread.
My God, there must be something we can do!
Stop this madness!
Wow, we just kind of skipped through, right through 2 chapters there. So we got like chapter 20, chapter 21 left. Bishop Wayland was brought to justice. Philip did not admit to heresy. Francis is alive because of Philip. He was arrested by Wayland in 1136. He managed to clear the name of Jack's father. Elena forgave Philip for causing her family's downfall. Finally, Jonathan learned who his parents were. Philip was ordered to be burned alive, which is currently happening to him. So, wow. I don't know how they're gonna... Is Philip gonna live? We'll find out soon in the next chapter. Chapter 20 of Book 3 and Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth, the PC adaptation. We'll see you soon. Alright, gang, we're back for the last 2 chapters remaining. Or I should say, is it the last chapter? Chapter 20. One more chapter. Chapter 21. Epilogue. What happened? What happened? Is Philip alive? Is he dead? Is that Philip there? Wow, it really changed things. Philip! The cathedral is finished! Well, it's been finished, I think, but still, good to be home. The market is in full swing.
Ah, Philip.
It is so good to see you, Jonathan.
Tell me, how are things at St. John in the Forest?
Francis is well.
That is wonderful.
Yes, he enjoys the life there. You look worried, Jonathan.
Well, you have a visitor. He just arrived.
Is that not a good thing, Jonathan? Who is it?
That is just it. I wasn't sure if you wanted to see him.
Wayland? Wayland's out of prison somehow?
It's been a long time.
Ah. Yes, it has. I had to know.
Know what?
The truth is, I never saw God. Or the devil. Have you?
Oh Lord, deliver us from evil. Our Father, who art in heaven,
My God,
hallowed be
there
thy
must
name.
be something we can
Thy
do!
kingdom come,
Stop this
thy
madness!
will be done on earth as it is
Are
in
you
heaven.
blind? Do you not know that a fire will burn any man, no matter who he is?
Why are you doing this?
After Wayland's words, there is doubt in their hearts about my motives. About my brothers. No words can erase that doubt, but God can. Our Lord is a cleansing fire.
He's still alive. It's a miracle. He is a monk. God is here.
How is this possible?
It's all a matter of perspective.
We have to stop this!
No, Jack. Come.
My God.
No, but that's what they see. That's what they believe.
The water. It's dousing the flames. It's a trick.
To them, it's a miracle.
The justice of our church. I believe Philip understands that now. His book will be destroyed. If you or your friends ever mention the White Ship again, I promise you will take Prior Philip's place. And God will not be as forgiving.
Their faith in you and your church is restored. I say it was worth sparing that monk's life. Promise me that Waileran will suffer.
$11.75. 20 years later.
Philip?
Yes?
Did you see God? Did he save you that night?
I told him. He only smiled at me. I never saw him again, as long as I lived.
What do you say? I need to know.
Philip is back.
Philip!
Did you walk all the way? Again?
Just part of it.
Old fool.
Ellen stayed in Kingsbridge. I thought I had lost God, that he did not watch over us. But now I see him every day.
The faces of children.
He is in the
trees and the butterflies.
In how we show our love. Jack's hands had become rough, his hair grey. But his eyes still burned bright, like hot coals.
It's good to see you.
Aliena's gaze could be as stern as her father's had been. But her heart and wit made her a leader people did not follow out of fear, but out of respect and loyalty.
Jonathan told us you had a visitor.
Just an old friend.
What do you think of this window?
Jonathan came to look more and more like his father, Tom. As Prior of Kingsbridge, he is also a builder of sorts.
I use mostly warm colours. What good are the large windows if it feels cold?
Sally is as stubborn and as gifted as her parents. It is her stained glass windows the light is falling through. She has children of her own now.
And I'd like to show you the plans for the new cloister.
Tommy will be the next master builder, and is as silent as his grandfather was. Once I heard him admonish his father to be more serious at work. Jack only smiled. He knew Tommy was right. Martha stayed in Kingsbridge as well. She was always there for every one of us.
Is the judge done now? I don't know. Why don't you ask him yourself?
Is the church done now?
It will never be done. Not in my lifetime. Not in yours.
Remember us for what we did, for who we were, and maybe for what we tried to be. And when you turn your eyes to our cathedral, maybe you will see yourself.
We've answered Wayland's question about God. We've finished playing the Pillars of the Earth. Wow, what a journey. Well, thank you guys very much for choosing to watch my Christmas special, my first Christmas special with me with the Ken Follets Pillars of the Earth. Yeah, if you guys like the video, please like and subscribe. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys again soon for another episode.